and what do y'all need to do to continue to stay undefeated through this Friday night?
Just working on the simple things. I mean, it's just working as a whole team, and just staying. It's just simple. Just staying with the simple stuff.
And Braxton, kind of talk about as far as the buzz in the community, how that's been with y'all's hot start so far this year.
It's just great. I mean, everybody knows that we're just playing good football right now, and that we're not just like any other Pleasant Valley team right now, and we're just wanting to come out and play our ball.
And Holt, kind of talk about as far as a 1-point win, region win on the road. How was the locker room for y'all following the win?
It wasn't as happy. I mean, it was happy as you'd think it'd be, but just more expecting to win by more and just kind of hit us by surprise. But we showed us that we could finish the game, and it was what we needed to happen, and looking forward to how we can finish the upcoming ones.
So, Holt, prior to the season, what was kind of maybe the point of emphasis or maybe a theme that Coach Nix gave to y'all as far as the team this year?
Worry about going 1-0 and not 10-0, and just staying to the game that you're about to have, and then after that we'll worry about it.
I know it's an old cliche, but coaches, there's a reason coaches use it as far as taking games one game at a time. How's the team been as far as trying to stay to that, as far as focusing on the task at hand?
I mean, we've been doing great at just staying 1 week at a time. I mean, the coaches tell it to us every single day, every morning, every afternoon practice. They tell us 1 week at a time. That's what we're going by, 1 week at a time. Don't worry about 3 weeks on. Don't worry about next week. We worry about this week and this week only.
I know we still have some hardware to give y'all as far as from us at FNN, so stay with us here as we'll go ahead and take this time out as we come down the home stretch of tonight's edition of the FNN Coaches Show here from Strutt's Wings in Oxford.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
And welcome back to the Tuesday night high school football coaches show here at Strutt's Wings in Oxford as we come to the final segment of the show tonight. And, you know, back during the summer, we decided at FNN that we'd like to do something that got the fans involved in a voting process that would result in an award to an area school. So we kicked around a lot of different ideas. Each year at our awards night, we give a best looking or most unique uniform award. Well, this year we've come up with the FNN Helmet Challenge, and we basically took 32 helmets from 32 area high schools and put them in a bracket, kind of like the basketball stuff that's done, and let everybody vote. We had, I think, 4 or 5 rounds, and we initially put the list out, and my phone rang. You want to tell me about that?
Well,
pull this around a little bit, so it's good. I want people to hear this because this is really interesting, and it was by no means anything other than an oversight. But tell everybody what you said.
I kind of took it personal because we were the only ones that was not in the bracket in the county, and so I'm like, is there a reason we have a brand new helmet? And the players and coaches feel like it's really sharp,
and it is.
And we have been left out of this bracket, and we weren't in it. And you said, hey, we'll do everything we can to make sure that's possible. Can you send me over some images? And it kind of started from that, but. Coach Turner, he's one of our coaches, and he was one of the first ones to spot that and see that. And so
Coach Turner gets all the credit.
Yeah, I'll give Coach Turner the credit.
Because, if we had went another couple of days, it would have been so sorry, Charlie.
That's it. So
and it was certainly our mistake. It was not an intentional thing to leave Pleasant Valley out. It's just – when you do all the stuff that we do, Coach, you handle all the details.
Right.
Dr. Knighton here, she's a principal. She understands.
I do understand.
You cannot dot all the I's and cross all the T's all the time. And this is one of the cases where we didn't dot the I very well. But we're glad we got it corrected. And thank you to Coach Turner for bringing it to Coach Nix's attention and you picking up the phone and getting a hold of me as quick as you did.
That's right. And I just picked it up. And we used that as fuel, too. When the voting come out, it was like, hey, they've left us out. You make sure you vote. You vote twice.
Well, let me tell you something. You guys, your community, your fan base, I mean, they rocked this challenge.
They did.
I didn't look back at who you guys were against each round, but you knocked off some pretty formidable teams.
Oh, we did. And I'm just excited about how, the fan base and the players – and this was player-led too. The players were rallying the school to, hey, make sure you go on and vote.
Got to vote.
We had teachers at school that were making sure that they were talking to the students. So it was a team effort in our community. It just wasn't, one group that was trying to sell this idea. Dr. Knighton and Miss Sewell was sending out reminds, and it was everybody pulling together for one purpose.
And we're not talking about a few hundred votes here, Dr. Knighton. This thing brought in, I think in the finals, the finale round, there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 22,000 votes cast.
Wow.
I think that just speaks to how much our community loves our school and wants to be involved and supportive.
And boy, they were, no question about it. Well, I had another call from Coach Nix last week. You want to go over that one real quick?
Remind me which that was.
Yeah. When's it going to get here?
Oh, when's it going to get? Yeah. Because as soon as I sent out the picture, the players was like, all right, when is this getting here, Coach? Every day there was some of the players asking. So, that's when you told me, hey, it just came in.
We try to make stuff like this fun for everybody that participates, and, of course, the end result, the award itself. And, this is a custom piece that was done specifically with your guys' new helmet on it. And, we want it to show up on the sidelines, and we want you guys to ding it and get it dirty and have fun with it, because that's what the helmet challenge is all about. Tell me how the helmet came about, the new design. Who was involved in that?
We just wanted something different. And, I started looking at the Buffalo Bills. So a lot of people – we've had several fans like, hey, it looks just like an old Houston Oilers.
It does.
Even Joe Medley, he kept saying, send me a picture. This looks just like the Houston Oilers. But we actually got it from the Buffalo Bills helmet last year. But we changed the red to the red face mask just because, our traditional colors are Columbia blue with a red accent, all right? And so we wanted something in there with that red, and so it's almost like the face mask, almost like it's a Brandon torch. In a sense, with the players, like we want people to know when you play us, it's going to be a physical, tough game. And so, and then we just kind of shot some ideas around with the players, and then we came up with that. And, to start with, the players knew that we were going to a white helmet. Well, the first thing in their mind was, oh, no, this is going to be like a youth helmet. But once it got striped up and once they saw it,
looks great.
Every one of the players and the alumni was like, this is one of the best-looking helmets we've had. It's a more traditional look. And so, I think everybody's pleased with it.
Dr. Knighton, let me before we hand you the bag here, talk a little bit from a principal's perspective of how much sports means in a high school environment?
It means so much because it's just a way for our kids to be involved. Our coaches are so phenomenal at keeping our players accountable throughout the school year, whether they're in season or not. And it just really means a lot in a small community because it's not just the sports, but it's the band, it's the cheerleaders, it's the parents, it's everything.
It's really a whole community encompassing thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And, of course, your primary job is to educate these students and prepare them to go out and go on to college or work or whatever and be contributing individuals. But I got to think that a sports program that's elevated itself goes a long way toward keeping those hallways really excited and feeling good about coming to school every morning.
It does, and I feel like our school spirit is at an all-time high right now, and that's something that we've gotten buy-in from teachers and students and community members alike, so we hope to continue that throughout the year.
Now, you want to talk about trick plays? I understand you've been learning about trick plays.
Razzle-dazzle.
All right, well, let's do a little razzle-dazzle of our own. This is kind of heavy.
Oh, wow.
Okay? It's our pleasure to present this year's 2023 FNN Helmet Challenge Championship chain to the Pleasant Valley Raiders. How about that?
Can I put it on?
You can. We expect you to put it on. All right, here we go.
Get it over my head.
There we go. It's kind of heavy. And you can hold it. There we go. All right, how about it for the Pleasant Valley Raiders, everybody? That's just great. Is that awesome or what?
That is.
Now, you told me you told me that what's the criteria for wearing the chain Friday night? Who gets to put it on first?
All right, the first one to get to put the chain on is somebody that either scores on offense or creates a turnover. We've been giving those out this year, been giving out artesian water. That artesian water is it comes from the ground, and it usually comes up from a hard force. So we bought a bunch of artesian water and put it in a cooler. Every time you're getting a turnover, every time you're scoring points, that's the only time that you get the Chuck Norris artesian water.
So now you get the championship chain to go with it.
Championship belt with your water.
All right, good deal. Well, listen, Dr. Knighton, thank you for what you do out there. And, Coach, we've known one another a while.
Yes,
appreciate it. Happy for you.
It. Yep, thank you a
lot.
lot.
All right, that's going to do it for us tonight. The chain's ready to go to Pleasant Valley, and we are headed off for the game of the week over in Heflin this Friday, where we will take care of the Munford Lions and the Cleburne County Tigers in a key 4A Region 4 matchup that's probably going to set the fourth spot in that region for the playoffs. It has for the past couple of years, and we don't expect anything less. Our first trip back to L.E. Bell Field in some time. We're looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us tonight. For James Hardy, for Joe Medley, for Jake and Kirby behind the scenes, our entire FNN crew, I'm Jim Jacobs wishing you the best. We'll see you Friday for the countdown to kickoff at Heflin starting at 6:30 here on the Friday Night Network. Good night, everybody.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cards as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
We're at the halfway point of the 2023 season as Jacksonville and Ohatchee have passed the test so far to the first half of the season with flying colors as the Indians of Ohatchee and the Jacksonville Golden Eagles square off in one of the final non-region games of the season for both teams. From the Creekbank this evening here in Ohatchee, Alabama, it's Jacksonville and Ohatchee. Happy Friday and happy game day as we welcome you into the FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented to you by Southeastern Utility Services. James Hardy along with Coach Eddie Bullock and the rest of our FNN crew here at Roy C. Owens Field at the Creekbank. And Eddie, when you look at the midseason report for both of these teams, especially for Ohatchee, this time last year they were winless coming into this game. This year, a whole different story, having won 4 of their first 5 ball games.
Well, I think both teams are pretty well satisfied where they are at this point in the season. I think Jacksonville may wish they had the Handley game back again, but overall, I think both coaches are satisfied with where they are and looking forward to build on this game for the second half of the season.
And you mentioned it for Jacksonville as far as their only loss coming to Handley in region play on the road. And really, it's the same story for Ohatchee. They've gone 4-1, as we've mentioned. Also, their only loss coming against one of the top teams in Class 3A in Sylvania a couple of weeks ago. And when you look at this type of game, Eddie, I think in my mind, this is almost for both teams kind of feel like it's an early round playoff game.
Well, it is, and I think it's an excellent mid-season game because, in case you have any injuries or anything, you got plenty enough time to heal up to get going on it for the remainder of the season. So, I think it's a good test for both teams to let them know where they are.
And, of course, when you look at Ohatchee, their tradition over about the last 15 years has been ground and pound. And really, they've been able to kind of diversify their offense when it comes to opening up their offense. And they've had some pretty solid performance at quarterback from Jake Roberson.
Well, and I think tonight will be a test of actually two opposites because – you got Ogle at Jacksonville, and Jacksonville like to spread the ball around. They'll run it, but Jacksonville is mainly known for throwing the ball, passing. And, of course, as you mentioned, Ohatchee is that ground and pound. So it's a contrast of two different styles. So it's going to be an interesting game.
And obviously, when you look at Ohatchee, we'll take as far as a further look at some marquees later on in our countdown to kickoff. But when you look at Ohatchee, obviously, for a game like tonight, maybe their best defense comes with the ground and pound offense.
Well, you're absolutely correct. And that's going to be the test both defensive coordinators going to have because Jacksonville probably is used to defense is used to playing against a lot of pass scale in practice, and, of course, Ohatchee defense is used to playing against a lot of runs, so that typically means the defensive backs are not going to get as much work at Ohatchee, and that means the defensive linemen are not going to get as much work in Jacksonville. So it's going to be interesting to see who makes the better adjustments.
And there you see some of the talking points as far as our game notes for tonight's ball game. Both teams at an outstanding 4-1 overall, 2-1 in their regions. Jacksonville in Class 4A Region 4 and 3A Region 6. for Ohatchee. And last year these two teams played, and it was Jacksonville taking a 35-6 victory over Ohatchee. But Ohatchee only was down 7-0. That was when they were injury-riddled as far as the teeth of their injury issues last season. Our countdown to kickoff presented to you by SNH Waterproofing and Construction. Should be an interesting ball game tonight. And for a much improved Cleburne County squad last night, they were able to pick up a key Class 4A Region 4 win last week over Munford in our FNN high school football game of the week.
This will be, looks like an offset eye out of the pistol. This will be a fumbled snap that time. A loose ball is a scramble for, and looks as if Jacksonville pounces on it for the first turnover of the game. Ogle throwing over the middle. That is complete for the first down.
About 25 minutes away or so from kickoff from our FNN high school football game of the week, which this week is presented to you by our friends at Southeastern Utilities. And once again, our countdown to kickoff presented to you by SNH Waterproofing and Construction. So settle in. Should be a really solid ball game this evening. The final non-region game for Ohatchee this season, as they'll have the final 4 weeks in region play. And really for Jacksonville, this will be their final test as far as their road schedule for the regular season in the 2023 season. Jacksonville will only have one more road game after tonight, and that'll be in about 3 weeks or so at Munford, right in the middle of October. Still a look at our big ones, the starting lineups for tonight's ball game, our captains meeting and coin toss later on in our countdown to kickoff. But coming ahead, it will be a look at our big ones across the state of Alabama here at the halfway point of the 2023 regular season here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get them, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices, and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Sanderson, he wants to go deep down the field, and that's intercepted at the 9-yard line. Snap. And this will be the give right up the middle, and a fumble on the play, and Munford says that they have it. Gore under center. Going to give to Adams, streaking off the left side and diving into the end zone. Give him 6. Checking in. This will be Dingler off the right side, somersaulting toward the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown. This will be Dingler on his 3rd consecutive carry, and he's going to go in untouched for the touchdown. Hughes gets the call, gets the first down, and he's in the open field, and he's going to try and take it to the house. Trying to beat Denson to the end zone, and he's going to be stopped just shy of the goal line. Under some pressure, and the jump pass on the screen pass complete to Denson as he'll try and juke around, and does so. A couple of defenders, and he's in the open field near boundary as he'll get taken out of bounds with a flag on the play. It'll be the give off the right side, and a fumble and a recovery for Munford as they'll try and get a scoop and score, and going all the way back for the touchdown is Jacob King. For the Munford Lions, it'll be Maury Edmondson going off the right side, and he'll scamper into the end zone for the touchdown. Our highlights from last week's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, which saw Cleburne County take care of Munford 37-21 for a key region win for Cleburne County. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew as we continue with our S&H Waterproofing and Construction LLC countdown to kickoff. And there you see the countdown to kick off to our final game of the month of September. And we'll bring in our very own Jim Jacobs to take a look at our first big one from around the state of Alabama, and a huge non-region game tonight for Pleasant Valley taking on Raglan.
Absolutely. Good to have you guys with us here.
Absolutely.
All right, Eddie, Pleasant Valley hadn't lost. Raglan's coming to town. Pretty decent team. What do you think?
Well, I think the trail that Pleasant Valley is on right now, even though Raglan has a lot of athletes and pretty good, I think it may be a little tough for them. So I'm going to lean toward the home team at home.
All right, so you're going with the Raiders to go 5-0.
PV, I'm going with PV.
Going with the new helmets and everything. James, what do you think?
I think as long as Pleasant Valley's on their roll, I'm going to keep going with them.
All right, I like the Raiders as well, but don't be surprised. All right, next up, Cedar Bluff at Spring Garden. Both of these teams have been kind of off to a slow start, guys.
Yeah, I think Spring Garden kind of has Cedar Bluff number right now. And, even though they both are struggling, I still would have to lean towards Spring Garden at home. So, as you always say, go Garden, go.
I'm going with Eddie here as well. Spring Garden has Cedar Bluff's number, and that'll continue.
Well, now look, guys, we can't all agree on all of them, but I'm with you on this one. GGG. Here we go. Next up, boy, this is a big one. Oxford at Hartselle tonight. Jackets undefeated, and I think if they can get this one tonight, Eddie, they will face Clay Chalkville in a few weeks, undefeated, battling for the region as Clay Chalkville and, coming off that big win last night at Thompson.
I think we're getting close to the national anthem, so we'll hold it there and send it for our national anthem. Our national anthem from the Creekbank as we're less than 15 minutes away from kickoff between the Jacksonville Golden Eagles and the Ohatchee Indians, as our next big one will feature Oxford undefeated going on the road at Hartselle, Eddie.
Okay, and Jim, I'm back to Oxford there. I think they kind of playing pretty well, and I'm going to go with my heart. I'm going for the county school. I think Oxford going to go in there and steal one.
Let me turn my button on there. All right, let's hope so, because certainly, it would set up just a huge football game here coming up in a few weeks.
Absolutely.
What do you think, James?
I think Hartselle takes it to home, but I think Oxford gives them a pretty good game tonight.
All right, next up, Wadley at Randolph County. A couple of undefeated teams from the same county. Coach, this is always a war.
Right, I think this is a rock-throwing battle right here. You got Wadley going in against Randolph County, and traditionally, both of these programs are pretty excellent programs, and I'm going to go with the home team on this one. I think Randolph County is going to pull one off at home.
He likes the Frog Hollow guys. All right, Randolph County, the Tigers over the Bulldogs. What do you think, James?
I think Wadley pulls it out, but barely.
All right, next up, Hoax Bluff at White Plains. Eddie, I really left our game at Hoax Bluff very impressed with where the Eagles seem to be headed. Really physical will win you a lot of football games.
And I think you're going to continue to be impressed, because Hoax Bluff goes in there, and, I think they just win by a landslide.
It'll be interesting to see how White Plains comes out, especially after the circumstances of the last week, but Hoax Bluff will just be too physical for them tonight.
Yeah, I like the Eagles in this one as well. Pisgah at Sylvania. On paper, Eddie, nobody says Pisgah should win this, but they're, a top 5 team in class going in to take on a team that hadn't lost a game this year. I think it ought to be a good one, but I still like the Rams.
And I agree with you. Pisgah is playing extremely well, but I think Sylvania is going to be too much for them at home.
Yeah, I think so too. Sylvania at home playing well on a roll, and they'll maintain that momentum.
All right, the pirate ship sails into Southside Gadsden tonight. It's Boaz and the Panthers tonight, right there on the riverbank, Coach.
And I think that's going to be another tough game there. And I know both teams are doing well, but I just think Gaston City Southside, is playing a little bit too well for them to let Boaz come in and just defeat them at home. I'm going with Southside at home.
All right. Even without the 10 gauge, you like the Panthers to pick it up?
Absolutely.
I'm going with you, Coach. I'm in the same boat with you.
I'll make it a trifecta to the Mason Teague and that offensive line.
All right. Reeltown at Cleburne County. I think that's another team that we all left impressed by when we were over in Heflin. Cleburne County kind of roughed up on Munford, Coach, but Reeltown's another animal.
Right, Reeltown is absolutely another animal. I think Cleveland County, they looking more like the traditional Cleveland County. I still think a few pieces are missing, but I think Coach got them playing pretty well, and I think Cleveland County pulls off a close one at home.
I think this one will go right down to the wire as well, but I'm going to pick Reeltown to just eke it out on the road tonight.
I got to go with Reeltown with this one. I think the Rebels are the real deal, and we got to see if Cleburne. I'll tell you what, if Cleburne County can win this game tonight, they might win one or two more that they weren't supposed to win. I will say that, and that gets us to Welborn at Talladega. Coach, not because we don't all think Welborn's going to win this one, because we do, but Welborn's kind of went under the radar screen this year.
Well, absolutely. But, Welborn went on the road and got a big one on the road. So, Jeff Smith still letting you know that he's playing Welborn football. So, it's a no-brainer right here. But I think Welborn just goes in and dominate this game.
And I agree with you, Eddie. I think this is one where Walter Welburn picks up where they left off last week.
All right. Well, of course, I'm going with the Panthers on this one as well. And, guys, that gets us to our game. I'll duck out here and get ready to push all the buttons as we get set for Jacksonville and Ohatchee.
In fact, 10 minutes away from kickoff in this final non-region game of the season for Ohatchee, and one of two remaining in non-region play for Jacksonville. In fact, there you see Jacksonville going 8-4 a season ago and making it to the second round of the Class 4A playoffs, while Ohatchee struggled with injuries last year, losing their first 7 games of the 2022 season, winning their final 3 region games to sneak into the Class 3A playoffs, where they lost in the first round at Gordo a season ago. A much improved Ohatchee team this year, and a Jacksonville team that could be a factor in the postseason when it comes to the 4A playoffs later on in this 2023 season. So the captain's meeting and the coin toss still to come, so let's go ahead and take the timeout, and we will have a look at the starters as well as our opening coin toss after this, as you are watching the SNH Waterproofing and Construction countdown to kickoff of the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Southeastern Utility Services brings you our FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week, and our countdown to kickoff this week for the final week of September, brought to you by SNH Waterproofing and Construction. As here you see the Jacksonville captains, basically their wide receiving core of Amore Young, along with Monty Sinclair and Kedrick Fisher, along with quarterback Jim Ogle, and the captains for Ohatchee, Jesse Baswell, Jake Roberson, among others, heading to midfield. As our coin toss and captains meeting this evening, brought to you by Petticoat Grooming. As there you see the officials in midfield, and we're about to have our toss of the coin.
Number 71. And number 8, Jake Robertson.
Have a good time. All right, ready to go.
Also a look at the other captains for Ohatchee, Nathan Jones, as well as Aiden McNair. And looks as if from at least our view, as there you see Petticoat Grooming presenting our captains meeting and coin toss. As far as Jones and McNair, did talk with Coach Chris Findley earlier this week, and he mentioned that those were game time decisions, and looks as if both of those will not be playing this evening. So there's your toss of the coin. And looks as if that Jacksonville wins the coin toss, and they are going to receive the football to begin this evening's ball game. So, Eddie, when we look ahead to tonight's ball game, give us at least an idea of your keys to victory for both of these teams tonight.
Well, I think Jacksonville is going to have to test the secondary of Ohatchee. They throw the ball well, and as I mentioned earlier, it's a contrast of styles, two different styles. You got one spread team, and you got one basically wing T team. So, I think they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to be able to protect Ogle, block for him, and a key for Ohatchee is that they're going to have to be able to establish the run. That means they're going to have to dominate the line of scrimmage because Jacksonville guys are used to playing against the pass in practice. So, Jacksonville going to have to establish the pass, and Ohatchee's going to have to establish the run, and both teams are going to have to, take care of the football, keep the penalties down.
There comes the Jacksonville Golden Eagles out of the far side. It's occupied the far sideline as the visiting team here at the Creekbank. 8-4 a season ago, 4-1 so far this year, as they are 2-1 on the field as far as their 2-1 as far as their region schedule. As here comes the Ohatchee Indians out of the pregame locker room. 3-8 a season ago, but already surpassed that win total from 2022, as they're already 4-1, coming off of one of their best wins of the season, 38-21, with a strong fourth quarter at Piedmont as they took home the W at the Field of Champions last week. So as we look ahead to our kickoff for this evening's ball game, this is the final non-region game of 2023 for Ohatchee, as they'll have 4 consecutive region games in October to close out the regular season, as they'll play the first 10 weeks of the regular season and have their off week in week 10 of this 2023 season. So we're closing in on kickoff here at Roy C. Owens Field at the Creekbank. The Leopard Gypsy will present our kickoffs this evening, and also about ready to begin the first quarter, which is brought to you this evening by Air Medic. There you see Jacksonville as they'll be receiving the football to begin tonight's matchup here at the Creekbank. And looking at as far as the series history, Jacksonville has a comfortable series margin, 22 wins, 8 losses, and a couple of ties thrown in, as they were able to take home a 35-6 win in Jacksonville a season ago. So Ohatchee will come out onto the field to begin this evening's game. They'll be hosting Geraldine next week as far as another key region game in Class 3A Region 6 for them. It'll be Ethan Jones to kick off, as there you see the Leopard Gypsy, as you can give them a call at 256-310-2350. It'll be Ohatchee to kick off to begin tonight's final game in the month of September. Ethan Jones getting ready to kick things away as Kedrick Fisher deep to receive for Jacksonville. Tonight's final non-region game of the 2023 season, moments away from getting things started. Jones approaches the ball, meets toe to leather, and we're underway. It'll be received at the far side as Jacksonville will advance it ahead. Luke Jackson across the sideline, across the 35 to about the 36, maybe the 37-yard line, as it'll be a first down and 10 coming up. Congressman Mike Rogers presents our starting lineups each and every week, as Jim Ogle, obviously one of the impact players for this evening, the Troy University commit. The last time we saw him a couple of weeks ago, Eddie, 4 touchdown passes in a key region win at home against Anniston on Jacksonville High's homecoming.
Yes, he did a fantastic job, man. I mean, he scrambled around, great leader, so he did a great job, moving around in the pocket.
So to be a first down and 10 from their own 36 to begin tonight's ball game. Delay give goes to Zay English as he'll reverse field, go up the middle, have big running room, and get the opening first down of tonight's ball game. So it'll be the first time that Jacksonville will be into Ohatchee territory as Anthony Brown Construction presents our first downs. Air Medic presents you our first quarter as the football at the 49-yard line after a 15-yard gain from Zay English. Rest of the lineup for Jacksonville, Fisher, Sinclair, and Young, the wide receivers, and Jackson Bonner and Will Greenwood will alternate at the tight end spots. Snap and give to English up the middle with big running room and the first down and more as he's in the clear going down the far sideline. Still on his feet as he'll go into the end zone for the touchdown. 49 yards on the touchdown by Zay English, as it only took 2 plays to go 64 yards on Jacksonville's opening drive.
That's just great blocking right there. You know, they run their little trap right there. They run the kick out, and he got in behind. He reverse field, and nobody was back on that side. And it's just too much speed for him to catch up with.
The city of Ohatchee presenting our replays this evening, as was Zay English basically going literally to the Creekbank for the first opening touchdown of the night, as John Ducar's kick is up and good. So we'll take the timeout. Less than a minute played here in the first quarter, and Jacksonville already up 7-0. The first quarter brought to you by Air Medic, as Jacksonville only needed 2 plays and 64 yards to put up their first points of the night on a 49-yard touchdown sprint by Zay English. The Leopard Gypsy will bring us another kickoff, this time by Jacksonville's John Ducar. It'll be a low line drive. I'll be right in the middle of the field as Hester fields inside his own 15-yard line, as he'll get wrestled down just shy of the 20 at about the 21-yard line. We'll see Jake Roberson, the quarterback for Ohatchee. Normally, you'd see Nate Jones at running back and also Gus Hunter at a fullback spot, but we'll still see Jesse Baswell as far as the leader on the team, especially defensively, at tight end, and Colby Hester at wide receiver. So basically expect a running back by committee for Ohatchee this evening. There's the snap and the give off the left side, as it'll be a minimal gain that time across the 20 to the 21 for Jesse Baswell in his first carry of the night. Looking at the rest of the Ohatchee starting lineup, Kenyon Cox, the left tackle, Braxton Davis at left guard, Owen Abernathy, the center, Parker Crump getting his second start, just a freshman at right guard, and Tristan Kiker, at least normally, or to start the season, the starting right tackle, but also Aiden McNair getting more opportunities the last couple of weeks at right tackle, as we have a whistle and a flag on the play. So a flag on the play after a 1-yard gain by Jesse Baswell on first down.
False start on the offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
So there's the first penalty for either team this evening on a 5-yard penalty, so it'll be a second down and 14. A quick look at the Jacksonville defense, courtesy of Congressman Mike Rogers. It'll be Tylen Ellis, the defensive tackle, also nose guard, along with Lewis Biddix and Gavin Peeler as the defensive ends. Second and 14 from the 16. Roberson will give off to Baswell. He's not going to have a whole lot off the left side. Biddix there, along with Charlie Wright, one of the linebackers on the tackle. Looking at the rest of the linebackers for Jacksonville, in addition to Wright, Luke Jackson, the outside linebacker, Ryan Mitchell and Will Greenwood, the inside linebackers, TJ Wilson and Zay Moore, the cornerbacks, Tyshawn Coleman and Monty Sinclair are the safeties. Our lineups presented to you by Congressman Mike Rogers, Alabama's conservative Republican leader. Pressure for Roberson as he'll throw it down the field right in front of our location. It's just a sliding catch for the first down for Ohatchee. Very nice throw that time, Eddie, from Roberson to pick up the first down.
It's a great throw. He was on the roll on the outside, and cornerback just gave too much cushion. You know, normally you get at the sticks and you make them go short, but he was behind the sticks, and receiver ran a great route. Great throw.
Colby Hester, Roberson's favorite receiver, favorite target, I should say, on the catch. So that'll be about a 16-yard gain and a first down. Here's underneath give to Hester as he'll go up the middle and fall forward for about a couple. As we've played almost about the first 3 minutes of this opening quarter as Jacksonville scored on a 49-yard run on their second play from scrimmage thanks to Zay English. So Ohatchee looking to at least get off the mat early here as they're already down 7-0. So Ohatchee obviously looking to shorten the game by using the clock and trying to keep the ball on the ground. So it'll be a 2nd down and 7 after a Hester 3-yard gain. Delay give goes up the middle to Baswell as he gets some running room and falls forward a couple of yards shy of the first down as there's Luke Jackson along with one of his linebacker teammates helping out on the tackle.
Well, they pounding it up the middle now.
Looks as if Landon Wise in the game helping out that time on the tackle. And indeed, Landon Wise assisting on the tackle as it'll set up a 3rd and 1 after a 6-yard gain from Jesse Baswell. Give up the middle to Baswell, trying to bounce it to the left side as Luke Jackson makes a very nice tackle about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 4th down from their own 43 or so for Ohatchee. So nothing to lose really as far as tonight for Ohatchee, and really for both of these teams being a non-region game. But you would think with both of these teams, as far as their future destination in the postseason, kind of almost like an audition as far as the postseason for both of these teams. And for Jacksonville, this is really the toughest test they have remaining on the road, that is, until they get to the postseason. 4th down and 2 as Baswell lines up at the Wildcat quarterback spot, trying to go off the left side. He turns the corner and gets the first down and a lot more as he'll get into Jacksonville territory. So Ohatchee rolls the dice and comes up with boxcars and gets the first down.
Well, they confused them earlier. They were moving around. It was like they couldn't get set. And Jacksonville, in essence, was unable to get set. And Ohatchee made a great call, great run.
So the first down, thanks to Anthony Brown Construction for Ohatchee, as the gain takes it to the 37 of Jacksonville. So that'll be a gain of 20 yards. On the right side, here comes Baswell. Not as much running room this time, as he'll still get a couple of yards as Charlie Wright, already busy with a couple of tackles on this drive, makes that stop for Jacksonville. So it'll be 2nd down. They'll actually say 9, so just a 1-yard gain for Jesse Baswell. Approaching 6.5 minutes remaining in the opening quarter, as this is Ohatchee's opening drive of the evening. It'll be Roberson back in at quarterback as they'll pitch it out to Baswell, trying to come to the near side. Good pursuit that time by the Jacksonville defense, as once again Wright on the pursuit, making the tackles. He pushes Baswell out of bounds. So the clock stops at 6 minutes, 18 seconds remaining in the opening quarter as Airmedic presents to you our first quarter. Airmedic Heating and Air Conditioning. Give them a call at the number at the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. So another 3rd and long coming up as Ohatchee actually looking to convert on their first 3rd down opportunity, or second, I should say, as they converted on a 3rd and about 12 earlier on this drive. Play action, under pressure, Roberson. That pass is deflected and almost intercepted. Through the hands initially, looked like of Hester, as it was almost intercepted that time by Jacksonville. Zay Moore's a 4th and 9 awaits the Ohatchee Indians.
Yeah, I know he wish he had that one back. I mean, the ball just went completely through his hands, and he should have. That should have been a turnover right there.
Line to reach to the first down will be the 27-yard line. Rollout, and then the throwback screen is high, incomplete, and Eddie, I think that Roberson would love to have had that throw to Baswell back, because a good throw, and they might have had a big play that time.
I think a good throw, and he would have walked in the end zone.
So that was basically dodging the bullet on that 4th down and 9 for Jacksonville. Will still take over 1st down and 10. Approaching 6 minutes remaining in the opening quarter, as Jacksonville will have just their 3rd offensive play of the first quarter, because they only needed 2 plays to go 64 yards, as their first drive capped off by a 49-yard touchdown sprint by Zay English. In fact, Jim Ogle didn't even have to throw the ball on the opening drive, as he'll throw this time on the bubble screen pass, far side complete to Kedrick Fisher to the far side, as he'll stutter step, advance upfield, and get his Anthony Brown construction first down.
Just great second effort right there. Should have been a 2 or 3 yard gain, and he turned it into a first down. So that's just excellent athletic ability right there.
Of course, when you look at this receiving core, Eddie, one of the top and fastest in the entire state of Alabama when it comes to Class 4A, as that was Fisher's first catch, a 13-yard grab, and a first down. Ogle will survey the defense against three-man front. Throws slant pattern over the middle, complete to Sinclair, as he'll get another first down into Ohatchee territory at the 39-yard line.
That's the air raid right there. He just run the quick slant. Outside linebacker failed to collision him, so it does not throw the timing off. He should get his hands on him right there to slow that route down.
Jake Roberson, the safety, on the stop. Still a first down on about another 13-yard grab, this time by Monty Sinclair. Here's the delay give going to English off the left side. Gets around one tackle, gets into the open field at the near boundary. As he'll go out of bounds, but yet another Anthony Brown construction first down for Jacksonville. So that'll be inside the 30, around the 25-yard line, as we'll take another look on our replay. And there you see some outstanding blocking on the edge for Jacksonville as the Golden Eagles continue another potential scoring drive. Their second drive at the first quarter, and a first down coming up. Here's the pop pass going to Sinclair. He'll get wrapped up in the backfield for a TFL.
That play goes nowhere. They had it diagnosed from the beginning.
Gus Hunter, the defensive end, reads that play, and we'll look at him, thanks to the city of Ohatchee, get off of his block that time from Drake Lee, the right tackle, and a good open field tackle that time deep in the backfield for a 4-yard loss.
Did an excellent job.
So it'll be a 2nd and 14. They'll spot the football at the 27-yard line. Ogle, bubble screen pass to Fisher, complete. Far sideline as he'll advance up the field into the red zone, and he'll somersault and tumble toward the goal line as he'll get another first down grab for Jacksonville.
And that's what you do. You put it in your playmaker's hand and let them try to create space.
Now, Jacksonville went on the road last week and got a rather easy 51-0 region win at Talladega. So Jacksonville right now, especially offensively, picking up where they left off last week. So that was a gain of 17 on 2nd and 14. Another Anthony Brown construction first down. First red zone opportunity as the delay give right up the middle to English, as he'll get tripped up and taken down inside the 10-yard line. And there's our friends Precision Docks and Repairs presenting our red zone trips for both of these teams this evening. Sam Jones on the tackle, his first of this ball game. Under 4 minutes remaining in the opening quarter as Jacksonville looking to get their second touchdown in as many possessions. Jacksonville playing very effortless as far as their offense when it comes to just being able to drive down the field. 2nd and goal from the 8. Here's the quick slant over the middle, and that will be complete to Fisher, and that's in the end zone for the touchdown.
Cornerback just giving too much leverage right there. When you're on the outside and you're that down, when he get a split that wide, if you look, he has a split all the way out here. So when they get a split that wide, then you need to get inside leverage and don't let him to the end, because he can't run anything from the outside. And if you can see, he actually, that was no effort by the cornerback on that play. He kind of shuffled back and let him just stick his foot in the ground and run the slant.
That was Will Folsom on the coverage as the PAT from Ducar is good. 3:35 remaining in the opening quarter. Jacksonville 14 and Ohatchee nothing.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
14-0, Jacksonville with the lead as they've scored on their first 2 offensive drives of this first quarter. Our FNN Game of the Week presented to you every week by our friends at Victory Law. Our first quarter also brought to you this evening by Air Medic. The second Jacksonville kickoff from John Ducar upcoming here in this opening quarter as they've gotten a 8-yard touchdown pass from Ogle to Fisher. As there you see the end-over-end kick from Ducar that goes over Hester's head into the end zone for a touchback. The Leopard Gypsy presents all of our kickoffs this Friday evening, the final Friday in the month of September. So Ohatchee really needs to make a statement here as far as trying to stay in this ball game, as their defense really has not presented a lot of resistance so far this evening to Jacksonville's offense.
Not at all, not at all.
It was an English 49-yard touchdown run on the second play from scrimmage for Jacksonville, and then an Ogle to Fisher 8-yard touchdown pass, and then Ducar successful on both of his PATs.
I think Ohatchee may be a little bit off balance because the first series, Jacksonville ran the football. In the second series, they pretty much threw the ball. They went to the air raid.
Baswell getting the call as you have Biddix along with a number of others. And there you see a fine job so far this year by Chris Findley's coaching staff when it comes to their 4-1 start at the halfway point of the season. But obviously a tough matchup for them as far as just the speed and athleticism for Jacksonville's offense, and really for Jacksonville's defense as well. You look at almost coming up on the last 7 quarters, they've played some of their best football of the season on that side of the ball as well.
Well, I think right now they got Ohatchee more or less off balance right now. They don't,
Quick throw over the middle. That's behind Hester, incomplete. Looked as if the play was there, Eddie, on the play-action pass from Roberson, but just behind Colby Hester. That's actually, they'll say the first down carry for Baswell lost one. So it'll be 3rd down and 11. Line to reach for the first down, their own 30 for Ohatchee.
I think it was a little confusion on the routes that you had 2 guys in the same area right there. So
Ohatchee will remain at home next Friday to begin October against Geraldine, as here comes the 3rd and 11 pass as the intended for Hester incomplete. As Tyshawn Coleman there on the coverage from the cornerback spot for Jacksonville. So a 3 and out for Ohatchee as the Indians set to punt. It'll be Baswell back to punt, basically in the shadows of his own goalpost. Kedrick Fisher lining up to receive almost right at midfield. There you see Fisher right at the Ohatchee Indians logo. As Baswell, the team leader according to Coach Chris Findley, ready to punt and gets it off. That's a good spiraling punt. That will take an Ohatchee roll inside the 40, and so that's an excellent kick right now early on. That's one of the best plays we've seen from Ohatchee, as that'll be touched around the 35-yard line of Jacksonville.
That's a beautiful punt. I mean, great coverage as well. He kind of kicked it away from the returner, and it was enough hang time to allow its coverage to get there. So they did a great job.
We've mentioned Ohatchee playing in region play next week. Also, it'll be the same for Jacksonville as they'll host Cleburne County for a big region game for both of those teams in Class 4A Region 4 next week. Ogle will give off to English as he'll get wrapped up after about a couple of yards on the gain. Ohatchee. That time, Tristan Kiker coming up from his nose guard spot on the tackle. Haven't gotten a look at the full Ohatchee defense so far today. Sam Jones and Gus Hunter, the defensive ends. Linebackers of Deacon Eagle. Also Ethan Jones and Jesse Baswell. Briley Carter and Will Folson the corners. Colby Hester, Jake Roberson are the safeties. Play action, Ogle will pump fake on the RPO, and he'll keep it himself to the far side as he'll turn the corner, shows some good speed that time, and gets the Anthony Brown construction first down.
Well, that's an RPO right there. He rolled his running back into the inside zone, and he was able to pull it. And if the linebacker comes up, he throws it over the top. If the linebacker stays back, he run it. So, and they kind of had a diagnosis. You're just talking about a very athletic quarterback in Ogle. He just made a great play.
Ogle already with a touchdown pass tonight, has his team at the 49. Here's the give going to English as he'll get stood up and taken down right around the line of scrimmage. Sam Jones from the defensive end coming up to make the tackle. So Sam Jones already with a couple of tackles this evening. Approaching 90 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. So far, a 49-yard touchdown run by Zay English and an 8-yard touchdown pass from Ogle to Kedrick Fisher. Second down and 10. Ogle looks over the defense. Over the middle, complete, wide open receiver into Ohatchee territory as Amori Young makes his first grab and an Anthony Brown construction first down.
And I think that's where they're going to have trouble at right there, because if you look on this play right there, the window he sets in right there, there's no one there. So that's just too much cushion right there.
That'll be a gain of 17 yards for the Anthony Brown construction first down.
Ogle will pick that apart every time. The safety is bailing out and the cornerback is squatting, so he's going to sit in that window all day.
Ogle
there it is again.
Down the near side, too high, however, for Monty Sinclair. He had him, though, right around the 10-yard line, Eddie.
Had him right there on the outside, and he's too good a quarterback to give him that much time and allow those receivers to run those routes. I mean, they're going to pick that apart, and that's part of the problem I told you when you got a predominantly running team. The secondary is usually weak.
I tell you, it's a little different as well looking at a D1 caliber quarterback down almost at field level rather than around the press box. Quick bubble screen pass to Sinclair, complete, but a good solid tackle that time by Ohatchee, as it was Briley Carter, the cornerback, coming up and getting off his block and making the tackle. Air Medic presents our first quarter as we come down to the final 37 seconds of this opening quarter. Also, our FNN Game of the Week brought to you every week by FNN Bank.
And if you get a little better block out of Young on that play, he probably walks in the end zone right there. But he didn't really do a great job at blocking right there. He just kind of got in the way.
Red zone trip coming up. Thanks to Precision Docks and Repairs. 3rd and 6. That'll be the quick throw to Sinclair, complete, and that'll be enough for the first down.
And did you watch him on that play? He double pumped it. He pumped it to get the lineman hand up, and then he gave his receiver time to get open. He double pumped on the first stick, and on the second stick he threw it.
So needed 6 from the 20 and was able to get into the red zone. So it's going to be a first down as Jacksonville will be content to let this first quarter clock expire. So winding down the final few seconds of this opening quarter as Jacksonville on their 3rd offensive drive, their 2nd red zone trip, up 14-0 through 1 quarter of play here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
The FNN High School football game of the week brought to you this week by Southeastern Utility Services. As Jacksonville looking to score on their third offensive drive here in the first half, as they just got a 3rd and 6 pass completion from Ogle to Sinclair to keep the drive going. Shotgun for Ogle. Rolls to the near side, looking for a receiver, and throws toward the end zone and just a little too far ahead of Fisher. Incomplete.
Well, I can tell on that play, Xavier English, he does a little bit more than running. I want you to watch this block right here. You got a John Madden boom right there.
A great block, as you mentioned, on pass protection for Zay English on a blitzing linebacker from Ohatchee. As it'll be a 2nd down and 10 after that first down pass goes incomplete.
Quarterbacks love that. You know, they know the running back does more than just run, that they protect them. So
here's the little pop pass, jet sweep kind of action going to Fisher. As wrapping him up will be Colby Hester for the tackle. So it'll be minimal, if any, gain that time. So a 3rd down and 10 coming up from the 16-yard line. And for Jacksonville, as long as they don't have any, at the very worst, a lost yardage play here, they're probably still well within the field goal range of John Ducar. So certainly scoring territory in this red zone trip for the Golden Eagles of Jacksonville.
That was a great open field tackle right there. You know, speed against technique right there, and the technique won out.
Ogle gets the snap, play action, throwing over the middle. That is complete, but I think that's going to be a little bit shy of the first down for Kedrick Fisher as Hester coming up to make the tackle.
Watch this, how he baits the guy right here. He runs, he pull the linebacker up. As soon as the linebacker comes up, he makes the throw right there. I mean, that's just excellent quarterbacking right there.
Needed the 6 and got the 7, did Fisher. So a 4th and 1 coming up. So this is an opportunity for the Ohatchee defense to make a statement. Ogle awaiting the snap. Going to give off to Fisher up the middle. He will bounce it to the outside, and it'll depend on the spot as Hester comes up on the tackle. Needed the 6-yard line, only needed 1, and it appears he will get his necessary yardage for the first down, as this is a precision docks and repairs red zone opportunity. And check that. Ohatchee comes up and makes a big defensive stop, Eddie.
Absolutely. He didn't get there. You know, I think that little lateral run, and most coaches tell you go north and south on those plays, you know, where it's close like that. And, you know, he tried to bounce it out, and Ohatchee's too good a form tackling team for you to just beat them out like that. So it's a great defensive stop right there for the Indians.
Colby Hester making the last 2 stops on defense for Ohatchee as Baswell will get the direct snap, and he'll get maybe back to the line of scrimmage. As Charlie Wright's been a busy man so far for the Golden Eagles defense, as he's come up now with close to 4 tackles now for Jacksonville here in the first half.
I think he don't mind. He looked like he's amped up. He's excited about it. So he's just.
Also, by the way, Allen Ray Realtor presents our second quarter. So big thanks to Allen Ray Realtor for presenting our second quarter coverage. 2nd and long. It'll be Baswell trying to grind out some yards up the middle, as he got no gain on first down, maybe got a yard or 2, and it's going to be 3rd down and long, as Ohatchee has been playing from behind the sticks for practically the entire evening. Both teams coming in at 4-1 here in the regular season. Ohatchee already surpassing their 2022 win total here in the first month of the season. So both teams more than likely at this point of the season to appear in the postseason. Jacksonville in the 4A playoffs, Ohatchee in the 3A playoffs. 3rd down. throwing complete to Baswell. Needed the 17-yard line, and that should be enough and more than enough, in fact, for the Anthony Brown Construction first down.
And that's a great job, too. He rolled out, kind of threw back right there, and he got in that open one right there with the linebacker mirroring the quarterback, so he was able to. Great route by the receiver. That's a great throw by the quarterback. Great read.
Needed 9 and got about 12 that time, did the combo of Roberson to Baswell. 1st and 10. This will be the give off the far side, and trying to break off a couple of tackles is Zane Calhoun, getting some more playing time, according to Coach Chris Findley, over the last couple of weeks as he gets his first carry of the evening. So a 3-yard gain. And it'll be Ryan Mitchell, the linebacker and the leader of the Jacksonville defense, coming up on the stop. So 2nd down, and we'll call it 7. Clock rolling toward the 8-minute mark here in the opening half. Shotgun for Roberson. This will be the counter give up the middle, and it'll go to Baswell, or rather to Hester, I should say, his 3rd carry of the night, and gets about a couple of yards. So it'll set up about a 3rd and medium coming up. Line to reach at the first down is the 30-yard line.
So Jacksonville is trying to crowd them up on the inside. They got great gap integrity right there because they're trying to make Ohatchee bounce it outside to the speed where Jacksonville has the advantage speed-wise.
Jacksonville also playing very well defensively, at the line of scrimmage.
Well, you got
the give going to Baswell, trying to cut it up, and he slipped down that time. Looked as if he might have had a hold that could have gotten in the first down, but he lost his footing, and he fell down around the line of scrimmage to set up a 4th down.
Well, they're doing a great job. Jacksonville is putting 8 in the box. You know, they got 3 down linemen, 2 outside linebackers, and they got 3 linebackers up within 4 yards of the line of scrimmage. So, you know, they're just doing a great job.
4th down coming up. And it'll be punting time for Jesse Baswell and the Ohatchee Indians. Kedrick Fisher, one of the top athletes in the state of Alabama in Class 4A, awaiting the punt, standing at his own 42-yard line.
Well, you don't want to kick it to Fisher now. You know, you're talking about speed to burn.
There's a really good high punt by Baswell, as he'll, however, get a Jacksonville roll and come to a stop right around midfield. So Ohatchee's Quinn Nunley coming up to touch the ball on special teams, as they'll officially spot the ball at the Jacksonville 49-yard line, around the 6.5-minute mark remaining in the opening half, on just a perfect weather evening, a clear night here at the Creekbank in Ohatchee. Game time temperatures around 78 degrees, and probably our end of the game temperature sometime around 9:30 or so. Probably will drop to around 70 degrees. So Jim Ogle and the Jacksonville offense return to the field, 1st down and 10. Scoring on 2 of their first 3 possessions. Delay give going to English right up the middle as he'll break through the line. He's in the open field as he'll bounce off of a couple tacklers and get the first down inside the 30, around the 27-yard line.
It's a great job right there. You'll see the lead blocker leads up in there, makes a play right there.
And it was Roberson that time, the last line of defense for Ohatchee to save the touchdown. So that was about a 24-yard gain for English, as he's closing in on 100 yards already here in the opening half. Delay give, bouncing, or at least trying to bounce to the far side, as English will carry a couple of tacklers with him for a modest 3 yards or so, maybe 4 yards, as we're halfway through the opening half here. At least halfway through the second quarter, about to go toward halftime here in the halfway point of the 2023 season for both of these teams. Ohatchee playing 10 consecutive weeks. Their off week will come in the very final week of the regular season here in the 2023 season. Ogle with the snap. Giving off to Fisher, trying to roll to the near side. He'll get strung out and wrestled out of bounds by Jesse Baswell. Very good defense that time, Eddie, for Ohatchee, especially from the secondary in support to string out that perimeter run for Kedrick Fisher.
Well, they float to that play because you got a cornerback and a safety already outside it. Jacksonville is having more success when they line up in the single backfield, what we call the ace, and they run the bend or they pull, and they start the running back one way, run the counter, and kick out.
Football at the 23-yard line to reach at the first down, the 17. Fisher going in motion to the far side. Ogle giving to Fisher, trying to break off a tackle and gets wrestled down inside the 20, about a yard and a half shy of the first down. Helping out one of the Ohatchee linebackers, looks as if number 62, Braxton Davis, making the tackle. They'll say 1 yard shy of the first down. So another repeat of a 4th and short that Jacksonville was stuffed on a English perimeter run their last drive.
I think you may see a quarterback run on this. I think you may see a fake because they're going to key on Zay.
Ogle on the delay give as it'll be a stop. Looks as if shy of the first down as you have a couple of defenders, Kiker as well as Hunter, coming up on the tackle. Needed the 17, and I'm not sure that English got this first down run either. I think where they're going to spot that football, Eddie, that's going to be maybe inches shy of the first down, and they're going to take some time to – no, they won't even have to measure. Another defensive stop in the red zone for Ohatchee as the defense bows up big for the Indians as their offense takes over for the Ohatchee Indians, 1st and 10.
And I think that's 2 missed opportunities, and you can't do that against a team as good as Ohatchee. You know, that's where you need a good quarterback sneak or you need a good lead right there, because the shotgun, when you snap it back 4th and 1 or 4th and inches, you're giving up 4 yards, you know, before the back ever gets started. So you know they're not going to throw it. So you tell your defense to sell out on the run. And that's what Ohatchee is doing, is you get those stops.
1st down and 10 for Ohatchee from their own 18.
I think Coach May will want those 2 calls back.
Roberson shotgun. Give to Baswell, not going to get a whole lot that time against a tough Jacksonville interior defense along the line of scrimmage, as we'll take another look thanks to Mayor Baswell in the city of Ohatchee.
Well, that's Mr. Wright coming over the top. Charles Wright just, he having a field day right there. He came over the top and he just stuffed that play from the beginning.
Charlie Wright making a living at that linebacker spot. 5 tackles so far this evening for him.
He's all over the field.
No gain that time for Ohatchee.
That's what good seniors do, though, right there. You know, he's leading that defense right there. He's reading his keys.
Calhoun at running back. Instead, it'll be the counter give right up the middle for Hester. That's not going to get a whole lot either, so it's going to be a familiar position, Eddie, for this Ohatchee offense tonight. 3rd down and long. They're going to have to reach the 28-yard line if they want to keep their offense on the field. And we approaching that 3-minute mark here in the first half.
That's Mr. Wright on the tackle again. He reading his keys. He took his read step to the left, and he plugged that A-gap right there. I mean, he's coming. He's bringing it.
Ohatchee hanging in there, though, right now, even though Jacksonville really dominating this game. Play action for Roberson, throwing down the field into coverage. That'll be incomplete. Intended receiver was Sam Jones, as that was thrown into double coverage, as we'll take a second look.
The cornerback almost made the biggest mistake. He tried to undercut that route too soon and tipped it, and it could have easily been a touchdown right there.
TJ Wilson, the man on the coverage for Jacksonville. Punting time for Jesse Baswell and the Ohatchee Indians.
Kicking will be number 3, Jesse Baswell.
Kedrick Fisher to return. Jacksonville will get, once again, excellent field position off this punt. Baswell awaiting the snap. That goes high into the end zone, so Baswell will just have to fall on it as it goes into the back of the end zone. Is it recovered in the end zone?
Ball's going to be recovered in the end zone. It's going to be a safety.
And it'll be out of the end zone, so it's going to be 2 points for Jacksonville and a free kick coming up.
We had missed 2 opportunities to fall on the football right there. Should have been, that actually should have been a touchdown right there.
So we'll take a second look as that was just kind of a little bit high, but mishandled more so by Baswell. As Jacksonville could have come up with 7 that time, but it just goes out of the end zone. Landon Wise was there to try and field it in the back of the end zone, but just couldn't quite get it.
And, Jim, if we can get that replay once more, fundamental-wise, Ohatchee made one of the biggest mistakes, and I'm going to show you right here. Even though they got the safety, when that ball is right there, the kicker should have kicked that ball out the back of the end zone versus trying to cover it, and he gave Jacksonville an opportunity which they missed. And I'm sure special teams coach is probably going to talk to him about that because he shouldn't even try to feel that. You just going, hey, you kick it to the concession stand. And you're going to take the safety anyway. So they actually looked out and got a safety, which probably should have been a touchdown.
Jesse Baswell lining up for the free kick for Ohatchee. Jacksonville could be up by a lot more than 16-0 right now as Ohatchee's defense has come up big in the last 2 red zone opportunities for Jacksonville's offense.
Well, the offense came up big right there because actually that's 3 missed opportunities, so you're talking 21 points.
Allen Ray Realtor presents our second quarter. That's a really good kick by Baswell as he punts it away to Fisher from about his own 24, trying to generate some steam, and does so. Advances it to close to the 50-yard line at the 49-yard line.
Now you'll see Clint Smith in this series right here, coached against him for many years. He's going to use his timeouts well right here. He's going to put it in, and he's going to try to get some points in that almost 2 minutes, minute 56 seconds. He's going to try to get something out of this. We used to battle doing that, but he does a great job at his 2-minute offense.
A fairly rapidly played second quarter here at the Creekbank as Jacksonville comes out on offense, 1st down and 10.
Yeah, he's going to open it up. You'll see he's going to open it up, and he's going to use that clock, and he's going to use them timeouts. He has all 3 of his timeouts, so you'll see him manage it well.
Ogle surveys the defense, lofts it down the field to Sinclair, complete. That's a beautiful pass that time, a Division I throw, Eddie.
Excellent pass, and you notice now the receiver got out of bounds. You're talking about maybe 6 seconds, 8 seconds on the play right there.
Look at that throw, Eddie, right at the 29-yard line as Sinclair just runs right underneath that pass for the 1st down. They'll call it the 30, rather, a gain of 21.
And I guarantee you, he's telling his quarterback, protect the football. We don't need to turn it over. We got 3 timeouts, and, if you hit something in the middle, look at me, and I'll let you know if we need to get a timeout.
Ogle under pressure, flushed out of the pocket and throws complete, however, as Sinclair ducks out of a tackle and advances inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. Well, you take the second look. The Grub Mart presents our FNN Game of the Week, home that 99-cent bag of ice. As Sinclair advances inside the 20 to the 18-yard line for another 1st down.
Okay, first play was 8 seconds. The second play was 9 seconds. So now you're looking at him, he has plenty of time with 3 timeouts. So he's telling them to hurry, play fast, but
throw over the middle, that's complete. And it'll go to Fisher right over the middle of the field. Coming up to make the tackle for Ohatchee was Carter, the cornerback. As here you see a perfect pass in rhythm to Fisher inside the 5 for the 1st down.
Beautiful pass right here.
A second look at that pass completion from Ogle to Fisher as we'll have a timeout on the field, and we'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The FNN Game of the Week this evening brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services. Also our friends, the all-in-one vendor mall under one roof at Urban Rustique on Highway 78 in Oxford, bringing you the FNN High School Football Game of the Week and their big fall festival coming up in less than 1 month. Actually, about this time next month, Urban Rustique will be throwing their big shindig over in Oxford for their 2023 free fall festival, by the way. We'll tell you a lot more about that later on in our telecast this evening. However, a first and goal coming out of the timeout, which was called by Ohatchee's defense. English and Ogle in the backfield. Ogle awaiting the snap. Tosses over the middle, and that's complete for the touchdown to Monty Sinclair. Just like taking candy from a baby that time, Eddie, on that basically pitch and catch from 4 yards out.
It's just too much cushion. If you look at the play initially, he has outside leverage right here. You just asking for a touchdown play right there. I mean, and he just steps inside right there. The safety can't get there. The outside linebacker was on him, but he blitzed. And, he can't get there. The safety just can't get there.
2 touchdowns this evening for Jim Ogle as Ducar's PAT is good. We'll take the timeout. 52 seconds remaining until halftime as Jacksonville increases their lead to 23-0. How are you? Good morning. Good to see you. $23-0, Jacksonville leading Ohatchee at the Creekbank. Jim Ogle with 2 touchdown passes this evening, both red zone touchdown passes of 8 yards to Kedrick Fisher and 4 yards on their last drive to Monty Sinclair. John Ducar with 3 successful PATs, also Zay English with a 49-yard touchdown run. Kickoff end over end by Ducar as that'll go in and out of the end zone for the touchback. Kickoffs this evening brought to you by the Leopard Gypsy. As we're closing in on halftime, 52 seconds remaining until halftime as Ohatchee will definitely try and regroup and figure out how they're going to stop Jim Ogle and the Jacksonville offense, but also just trying to figure out what they need to do to get some points on the board. Non-region week all across the state of Alabama. It'll be Roberson handing off underneath to Hester as he gets some room up the middle and gets close to an Anthony Brown construction first down. So about a 9-yard gain that time for Colby Hester as he's had 5 carries so far in the first half. Also 1 pass reception for Ohatchee. Ohatchee's offense just hasn't gotten any consistency this evening. Roberson faking and just throwing it away that time as that throwback screen was well played by the Jacksonville defense.
There's a lot of pressure, man. He's having to throw the football under duress, and we just don't have enough time to see anything.
20.9 seconds to be exact remaining here in the opening half, as it'll be a 3rd down and 1 coming up. Ball to 29. Give right up the middle. We've seen Baswell, Hester, as well as Calhoun get carries this evening as Baswell got the call. Did not get the first down as he was stuffed right at the line of scrimmage, but Jacksonville more than happy to go in with plenty of momentum and playing pretty solid so far on the road here in the first half as we go into halftime with Jacksonville up 23-0 over the home team, the Ohatchee Indians. We'll take some time out and begin our halftime coverage presented by the Calhoun County Commission after this. as we're at halftime and have our halftime coaching visit as Jacksonville up 23-0. And Coach Findlay, your thoughts on the first half?
We knew they were really athletic coming into it, but they've really showed that so far. We've got to make some adjustments and see if we can get off the field and see if we can move the ball a little bit.
And quickly, what are those adjustments your team needs to make in the second half?
We've got to be better in coverage. We've got to be able to communicate a little better. We've blown a couple coverages and not had guys where they need to be. But to me, defensively, that's the biggest thing. And then offensively, we just got to move. We got to move the ball. We got to coming into it. We want to be able to move the ball and keep it away from them. We haven't been able to do that yet.
Thank you, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Coach Chris Findlay from Ohatchee visiting us at halftime. We'll hear from Coach Clint Smith later on as we are at halftime from the Creekbank. Jacksonville leading 23-0 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Halftime from the Creekbank, and halftime, as always, brought to you by our friends at the Calhoun County Commission, inviting you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. And we're at halftime from the Creekbank, and we got one of our friends, one of our dear friends, as far as the FNN family with us, in Ron Dover from Ron's Barbecue.
That's right.
A part of our FNN family. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you for allowing me to.
And I know you've told us right before we went on air from our halftime break that you've had quite a busy day so far today.
Been a busy day. From the time I got there at 5:30 this morning till I came over here. So haven't slowed down all day.
And I found out prior to today's ball game, of course, the Creekbank is one of our favorite environments as far as the FNN high school football circuit around our coverage area to come to, but I believe there's going to be something very special involving this field here at the Creekbank coming up very soon.
Yes, very much. Next Friday night, we will do a pregame ceremony, and it'll be dedicating our field, our stadium, to Reagan Clark Stadium. And it's always been Roy C. Owens Field, and that's the way it will always stay.
So tell us at least about the significance about having Reagan Clark's name added to the stadium.
He was our winningest coach in history so far at our school. He's like 93, 44, and 3 or something like that. And he was my coach from the 10th grade up to my senior year. And we were able to play for a state championship under him in the year of the fall of 1970. And we played Hazelwood, and of course they sort of wore us out, but he's meant so much to so many people, and we just thought it was appropriate that we do this.
And I know when we come here every time as far as covering an Ohatchee game that generally, like a lot of communities around this part of Alabama, and really across the state of Alabama for that matter, that the town shuts down and comes out in force. Just kind of talk about just the atmosphere, how special the atmosphere is, and really what the high school football program, the Ohatchee Indians football program, means to the community.
Even back, the thing with Roy C. Owens also goes back to the early 60s when a bunch of guys were wanting Dr. He was a chiropractor here in Anniston, and he ended up being our team doctor. And that started out in the 60s when I was a little guy, and then it carried on. And then once I got out of high school, I was able to help him. But the whole thing with Ohatchee is we've always had a tradition here, and it's hard-nosed, tough football, and it's never changed, and it never will change. And so it's just special. It's just a special place.
And so even though it's obviously Ohatchee on the short end of a 23-0 halftime lead, but you look at the totality of this season, and so far, at least at the midway point, when you look at that midterm assessment, so to speak, that Ohatchee under Coach Chris Findlay is looking pretty solid so far this year.
Well, we've accepted the challenge, or he has, and this bunch is real young. We only have 3 seniors, if I'm not mistaken. And he's got like maybe 13 or 15 juniors that also played last year because we were so hurt with injuries and everything last year when the season started. But he's really done a great job so far. So the rest of the season will be people. I mean, we're playing Jacksonville tonight. They're a 4A power, ranked number 4 in the state. And, we don't have the weapons to contain that, but they'll play hard all night.
Well, and obviously a lot more home games still to come. As far as for the community, Ron, does this feel like, as far as this is now, when it comes to the 3rd season for Coach Chris Findlay, his program, when it comes to the community vantage point of the Ohatchee football program?
Yes. Chris doing a great job. He's got as far as I can tell, a great relationship with the kids, his coaching staff. He, had several coaches. Blake Jennings goes to White Plains, and we lost a couple other coaches and stuff. So it's a rebuilding process for him, and he's happy with his coaching staff from what I can understand. And so it's just I guess an old cliche Coach Saban would use. It's a work in progress. So
Ron Dover joining us. A big thanks for you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Ron Dover of Ron's Barbecue, part of our FNN family that you see as far as our presentation of high school football in the state of Alabama, and our part of the Yellowhammer State each and every week. We'll take the time out, and we'll have more as part of our halftime coverage here at the Creekbank after this.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit Debit Card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
From the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
James Hardy with you here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week as we're at halftime from the Creekbank. Jacksonville leading 23-0 as we'll throw it to the Ohatchee Marching Band as the Calhoun County Commission reminds you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. The Ohatchee Marching Band performing at halftime to the home folks here at the Creekbank as our halftime coverage brought to you every week by the Calhoun County Commission. Jacksonville 23, Ohatchee 0 at halftime. Southeastern Utility Services presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Raglan Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
Halftime at the Creekbank has Jacksonville with the lead basically from wire to wires. They scored on the second play from scrimmage to begin the ball game on a 49-yard touchdown jaunt thanks to Zay English, as Jacksonville has not looked back so far with a couple of Jim Ogle touchdown passes in the red zone, also a safety on special teams to take a 23-0 lead here at halftime. In fact, looking ahead for both of these teams, for Ohatchee, this is their final non-region game of the season, so their final 4 games of the 2023 regular season before a likely postseason appearance. They'll have Geraldine, Hoax Bluff, Glencoe, and Plainview. As far as Geraldine and Glencoe here at the Creekbank, and then Hoax Bluff and Plainview on the road to close out the regular season. We'll take a look back as far as the journey for these two teams tonight in the first half. In the second play from scrimmage, Zay English breaking off of one tackle and then advancing down the sideline, far side, for the 49-yard touchdown. John Ducar's PAT made it 7-0. And then on their very next drive, Jim Ogle and company marched down the field, and you're going to see the first of 2 touchdown passes. Just a simple play-action pass and a sliding Kedrick Fisher in the end zone, around the level of the numbers in the end zone for the touchdown. PAT from Ducar made it 14-0. And then English, continuing his big first half, was able to get free and rip off another big gainer into Ohatchee territory. That was toward the beginning of the second quarter. And then not a whole lot of highlights for Ohatchee offensively. As there you see a big hit from Charlie Wright, who had close to half a dozen tackles in the first half. And then this was one of the mistakes, one of many mistakes actually, from Ohatchee, as that snap a little bit high to Jesse Baswell, as the Indians of Ohatchee, fortunate that was not covered in the end zone by the Jacksonville special teams. Resulted in a safety to make it 16-0. Then Ohatchee had a couple of highlights defensively. As we'll see before one of those two red zone stops from the Ohatchee defense, Ogle get the snap, as he had excellent throws throughout the first half, and this, in my mind, was his best throw of the night in rhythm to DeMonte Sinclair around the 30-yard line for a first down late in the first half. And then this is close to the end zone that time on a RPO pass to Kedrick Fisher for a first down to the 4-yard line. And then the very next play to close out the first half, it was Ogle finding one of his favorite receivers, Monty Sinclair, in the end zone ahead of Colby Hester's defensive efforts for the touchdown. So Jim Ogle, who we saw a couple of weeks ago toss 4 touchdown passes against the Anniston Bulldogs in a key region game in Class 4A Region 4, already with a couple of touchdowns this evening. And really, Jacksonville could have had a lot more points on the board, but Ohatchee's defense was able to throttle the Golden Eagles offense of Jacksonville inside the 20-yard line a couple of times, midway and late in the first half. So obviously, when you look at Ohatchee, just trying to find some sort of momentum, some sort of angle that they can be able to exploit some weaknesses for Jacksonville. But really for the Golden Eagles, I think just as much as defense impressively on the defensive end as on the offensive end in the passing game, the Jacksonville defensive line has been able to establish that line of scrimmage from the get-go. So that's, in my mind, not having coached the football game when it comes to Coach Chris Findley relative to what he's telling his team in the halftime locker room. Got to control that line of scrimmage. Still plenty of football here in the second half to play, but they've got to be able to find some sort of rhythm and be able to control that line of scrimmage really on both ends of the football. Both teams warming up as far as before the beginning of the second half. So let's go ahead and take the timeout and pay some bills, and we'll start the second half after this timeout.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week rolls on here at the Creekbank in Ohatchee. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and our FNN crew on this final Friday of September, as we'll resume region play all across the state of Alabama next week. And we'll be making the trip further up Highway 77 next week for a key 5A Region 6 showdown between the Leeds Green Wave and the Panthers of Southside. As always, that 6:30 start time for the countdown to kickoff. As speaking of kickoffs, John Dukar kicks off the second half. It'll be Hester receiving, angling toward the middle, and trying to find some running room as he'll advance close to the 20-yard line on the the Leopard Gypsy kickoff. So first down and 10. As it was Ohatchee kicking off to begin the ball game, so the Indians offense of Ohatchee will begin the second half first and 10 from around their own 20-yard line. So what does Ohatchee need to do, Eddie, to gather themselves and regroup here in the second half?
They have to score. I mean, you know, it's just 23-0, but they got to put some points on the board right now. The offense is even though they have had a couple of games, the offense is just really stagnant right now. Jacksonville they just dominating the line of scrimmage. So, you know, Ohatchee's going to have to do something to put some kind of score up on the board.
Colby Hester up the middle with a solid 4-yard gain on first down. Third quarter brought to you by Perez Flooring and More. Roberson shotgun. Give up to Baswell with some running room. One of his better runs of the evening as he'll get close to the first down and should have enough for the first down. One of the rare first downs offensively for Ohatchee. Anthony Brown Construction bringing you every first down this evening.
That was a great inside zone run right there. Did a great job.
So a gain of 7 yards for Jesse Baswell. There you see one of only 3 seniors for the Ohatchee Indians this season, but obviously one of the best players in Class 3A. Jet sweep give to Hester, trying to turn the corner, and does so as he's in the open field, gets the first down and wrestled out of bounds by Monty Sinclair around midfield.
He did a great job. If you watch him right here, they had him overplayed right there, but he cut it back inside and just made an athletic run right there. It was a great step right there.
Good recognition of the hole by Baswell. Advances the football to the 49 of Jacksonville, one of the best drives of this ball game for Ohatchee. They started at their own 20-yard line. They've advanced the ball 31 yards. Ohatchee looking to get on the board and try and claw back in this game. Give up the middle goes to Baswell as he'll have to wrestle to get back to the line of scrimmage. As there's Charlie Wright, Eddie, doing an excellent job of pursuing the football.
Charlie Wright is all over the field, man. That's true senior leadership right there, man. You talking about 5'10", 180 pounds, and he making it happen.
He's had about half a dozen tackles in the first half and was a difference maker for Jacksonville defensively in the first half.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Baswell goes in motion as he'll get the pitch to the far side, trying to turn the corner, cuts it up the field. Good recognition of the hole. Thought he might have lost the football momentarily, but no worries as he was able to hold on to the ball for a solid gain.
He actually did. If you look at the picture, he picking up his beanbag. He dropped it, but he got that perfect bounce. It came right back up to him.
I thought he lost the football from the naked eye. In fact, our replay shows that he did lose the football thanks to the city of Ohatchee. But no worries for Ohatchee as they keep the football. There's a flag on the play, a late flag on the play. Thanks to Coach Eddie Bullock for pointing that out, as it'll be a holding penalty to negate that gain.
And that's what Ohatchee couldn't do. Those are drive killers right there.
It was on the line of scrimmage.
So there you see our head referee.
Hold it. On the offense, 10-yard penalty till second down.
So that would have been a 3rd and 3. Instead, it's going to be a 2nd and extremely long coming up. The line to reach the first down is the Jacksonville 40.
That's such a great drive. I mean, they've putting together right there. And you know, just one play right there just killed the drive.
2nd and about 20. Give going to Hester, trying to cut it up and does so. Gets a pretty good gain across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Charlie Wright as well as Tylen Ellis from the nose guard spot come up to combine on the stop.
And that's the same play they ran just a play ago right there where he stuck his foot in the ground and turned it back up, but he wasn't able to get as much off of this one as he did the previous play.
It'll be 3rd down, and we'll call it 14 yards to go. Once again, the line to reach for the first down is the Jacksonville 40.
Well, you want to put your safeties on the stick, and you know they got to get there, and then you want to mirror the quarterback because, right here they got to put it in the air.
Snap on play action, Roberson tossing down the field, has a receiver, Hester for the first down. Perfect throw, best throw of the night, Eddie, by Roberson for Ohatchee.
And there again, we seen that he should have been able to read that route.
A second look, and that is a pinpoint pass in rhythm for Hester as he needed 14 and got about 16 for the Anthony Brown construction first down.
And I guess I'm just a little meticulous because I usually run my own defense, but I just think these cornerbacks on both teams are just playing too soft, and they're not playing situational football, like you're talking 3rd and 15, and, you give him that big of a cushion, I just couldn't do it.
Perez, Flooring, and more presenting our third quarter as Baswell gets some room up the middle. Inside the 40, close to the 35, in fact, maybe even inside the 35. Just inside the 35 where they'll spot the football. We'll call it the 34-yard line. So it appears that Ohatchee starting to get some rhythm offensively as they've had this football since the beginning of the third quarter. The drive spanning almost 4 minutes of the game clock. 2nd down and 7, officially a 3-yard gain for Baswell. Baswell again on the call, bouncing and getting taken down. Charlie Wright again on the tackle as he's had one of his best games so far this year, maybe even in his Jacksonville career, Eddie.
Hey, I tell you what, man, as far as him being inside linebacker, Mike linebacker, and him reading, he gets it done, man. He's reading his keys perfectly, and he's getting a hand in on every play.
A Jacksonville defense that held Talladega without a point, and so far has held Ohatchee without a point to almost the first 2.5 quarters of play. It'll be 3rd and 7 after Baswell was limited to nothing on 2nd and 7. Line to reach the 27 for the first down. Rolling, Roberson throwing, deflected, and that is almost and should have been intercepted.
Hey, and you got that man right there again, Charlie Wright.
Wright's played so well, but beating himself up over what could have been an easy interception and should have been an easy interception.
Look right there. You got 3 of them right there in the play, right there.
So there's Wright that initially, or rather Ryan Mitchell, that tipped the football away from away from himself, actually. So that falls harmlessly to the ground, and Ohatchee getting a second chance now on 4th down.
Well, you don't want to make that mistake again. You know where the sticks is, and it's actually a shorter route, and they're running deep outs, nothing across the middle. So, you want to play them for the out or the corner route,
Roberson under pressure.
That's the deep
throws
route.
A one-on-one ball to Hester that's incomplete. No flag on the play. It's Tyshawn Coleman there on the coverage for Jacksonville.
That's just great coverage right there. You had a little hand play right there. They did a better job.
Good job of fighting through almost the rebounding-like position between Coleman and Hester that time, as Tyshawn Coleman won the battle and Colby Hester wanting a flag but not getting one. So it'll be a turnover on downs for Jacksonville defensively as they get the job done. And Ohatchee's offense coming off the field. Perez, Flooring, and more presents our third quarter. Jim Ogle and the Jacksonville offense on the field for the first time in the third quarter. Looking over the defense, flag on the play behind the play as there's the throw down the field complete to Monty Sinclair, but I think that play is going to come on back. And immediately will be a holding call on Jacksonville as here you see the flag from the referee come out. Good throw, however, on the scrambling situation from Ogle to Sinclair, but that's going to come back after what would have been about a 25-yard gain.
Well, if you give Ogle time, he's going to find somebody. You just can't give that kid too much time back there, man. He's a son of a coach.
On the offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
It's just tough. He's a coach's son, and it's just tough, man. I mean, it's like he just, as I tell him, he playing basketball on grass. That's all.
First down and 10, or first and long, rather, after the penalty. Ogle rips it complete over the middle. It'll be Fisher with the catch across the 40, breaking out of multiple tackles and advancing up the field out of bounds. A big first down catch. Another Anthony Brown construction first down for Jacksonville.
And on this particular play, James, you get to see the strength of his arm right here. He kind of stick his foot in the ground and he rifle it in and give him enough time to actually make those plays, you know.
Colby Hester saving a further big gain for Kedrick Fisher for Jacksonville. Ogle will be playing at Troy University next season as far as his football services. Plenty of time to throw. Fires incomplete. Intended for Monty Sinclair. But we've seen all night long tonight, Eddie, that offensive line providing tons of time for Jim Ogle to find an open receiver.
Right, and he had two guys on the right side that were wide open, you know, but he had locked in on the left side, and they tend to do that, you know. He'll make up for it, though.
6 minutes, 43 seconds remaining in the third quarter. As Ohatchee held the ball for about 4.5 minutes to begin the third quarter, but couldn't come away with any points. Quick throw for Ogle, far side to Fisher, complete. Uses some blocking, gets the first down and a lot more as he's streaking toward the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown.
Man, this kid is so fast, man. He make one guy miss, and it's off to the races.
40-yard touchdown pass from Ogle to Fisher. The second time this combo has connected on a touchdown. Longest touchdown throw of the night, 3 of them for Jim Ogle.
Fisher's acceleration and his separation speed is just, it's just tremendous how quickly he can separate from guys, you know, when untouched, you know.
Ducar with the PAT. That's good, and we'll take the timeout. 30-0, the lead for Jacksonville. 6:32 left, third quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services. A full moon overhead here at the Creekbank with 6:32 remaining in the third quarter on a spectacular evening for high school football, as we'll take a second look, at least briefly, at Fisher running down the far sideline and scoring from 40 yards out. 2 touchdowns receiving for Kedrick Fisher, and John Ducar will kick away. Baswell as well as Colby Hester receiving. The Leopard Gypsy kickoff end over end into and shy of the end zone, rather, as Hester trying to advance up the field. Great coverage by Jacksonville as they'll more than contain Colby Hester and bottle him up inside the 20-yard line. First down and 10. Third quarter, non-region play for both of these teams. So as far as postseason considerations and positioning as well, won't be affected for either of these teams. But for Jacksonville, certainly keeping the momentum going, especially after winning a big homecoming game a couple of weeks ago against Anniston and then dominating on the road in region play last week at Talladega. Their defense trying to keep their shutout streak going as well. Snap and the give going up the middle to Baswell. Big running room. He could take it the distance, trying to beat one defender, and he's going to go for the touchdown.
Well, that's how you do it right there. I didn't realize Baswell was that fast.
Jesse Baswell from 80 yards takes it to the house.
For the senior tailback from Ohatchee, Alabama.
We'll see the city of Ohatchee's second look at Baswell right up the gut, as he'll take it in for the first touchdown of the evening for Ohatchee.
So he let Mr. Fisher know, hey, I can run just as fast. Hey, I love it.
Letting us know up here.
That's right.
Only about, 7 feet up and about 10 feet away from the playing field, as we'll have the point after coming up. That's going to be a point after kick for Ethan Jones, as Baswell at least gathers his breath after that 80-yard run, as here comes the fake. Jacksonville ready for it as they'll tackle Jones, Ethan Jones, in the backfield. So 2-point conversion attempt is no good. We'll take the timeout. Ohatchee on the board, down 30-6 with 6:09 remaining in the third quarter.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Victory Law presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week each and every week. Also, our FNN Game of the Week presented by Southeastern Utility Services. And another kickoff coming up for Jesse Baswell. One of the few seniors for Coach Chris Findley here in the 2023 season. Baswell scoring the touchdown as the Leopard Gypsy brings you the kickoff. Coming to the near side for Luke Jackson, off of one tackle and taken down across the 30-yard line. Also the 35 to about the 36-yard line. 6:02 remaining in the third quarter. Both teams have been able to put a touchdown on the board. 40 yards on the bubble screen pass from Ogle to Fisher for Jacksonville, and then an 80-yard touchdown run by the man on your screen, Jesse Baswell. So Ohatchee looking to get a defensive stop and trying at least, no matter what happens the rest of this way, to try and get some momentum as they go back into region play next week. Also, Jacksonville trying to maintain that momentum from the last couple of weeks as the quick pass is complete, but taken down in the backfield for a big loss as Briley Carter reads the play and makes the TFL.
Right, that's a great play right there. I think the receiver missed the block right there.
Monty Sinclair not exactly ready for that big hit. Second look at Ogle trying to get that bubble screen pass, but instead Carter ready for that play.
Yeah, the receiver missed a block on that right there. He about that on the side because he almost got his receiver killed out there.
Well, I think Coach Clint Smith noticed that too if you looked at the replay as far as his reaction at the back end of your screen. A loss of 5 on the first down play. Delay give going to English as he's wrapped up in the backfield. Gus Hunter helping out on the TFL, so Ohatchee coming up with a little bit of energy now after that 80-yard touchdown, as it'll be a third and very long for the Jacksonville offense. They're going to need the 47-yard line their own for the first down on a 3rd and 16.
Ohatchee's waking up right here now. Mr. Ogle is very capable of doing that.
We've seen him with big play after big play in the passing game this evening. Snap. Trying to set up the screen and throwing, and nobody in the area as there's a flag on the play. English fell down, may have been tackled down, in fact, on what should have been a screen pass, as we'll find out who is the guilty party on the flag. If that was a screen pass behind the line of scrimmage, shouldn't be pass interference.
Downfield, That penalty's declined. Down.
Ineligible receiver, but no worries since it was an incomplete pass, so nothing doing that time for Jacksonville as they go 3 and out for the first time this evening. Still some time for Ohatchee to make a game of this, but they're still down 30-6 as there's about 4.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Jim Ogle, also the punter for Jacksonville, awaiting one of his teammates to come off the sideline. Ogle punting for the first time this evening. Hester to receive. That's a solid kick by Ogle end over end, as that's going to get a really good Jacksonville roll. And that was a mistake that time by one of the special teams defenders for Jacksonville. Zay Moore that time shouldn't have touched the ball, as they probably had about another, 3 or 4 more yards that could have rolled in favor of Jacksonville, Eddie.
At least 3 or 4 yards. I'm thinking more of a 5 or 6 yard, but he, he's a sophomore. You let that ball roll until it stops, and you pick it up and hand it to the official, man. And
even with at least a high-cut grass here at the Creekbank, that probably still would have had 3 to 6 more yards to roll, but still a rock-solid punt that time by Jim Ogle. Last time Ohatchee had the ball, they were able to run it in from 80 yards out. Zane Calhoun, the running back.
Well, you got Baswell on the side. He's facing cramps right now, so they trying to substitute in for him.
Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with him here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Third quarter, 4:22 remaining in the third quarter. Ohatchee showing some signs of life in the third quarter, but Jacksonville built a 23-0 lead at halftime. In fact, have had as much as a 30-0 lead here in the third quarter. Jesse Baswell with an 80-yard run for Ohatchee here in the third. It'll be Baswell on the call. Gets bottled up this time. And it'll be maybe a couple of yards as we approach the 4-minute mark in the third quarter. Jim Ogle with a touchdown pass here in the third quarter. 40 yards to Kedrick Fisher to begin the scoring. So Ohatchee and Jacksonville looking to position themselves down the stretch of the season when it comes to their playoff opportunities in Class 3A and 4A respectively. 2nd and 9. Play action for Roberson. Throws underneath, deflected, and almost intercepted, but incomplete. Just about a step away, or maybe a few more inches at the hands of Kedrick Fisher getting a pick.
And that's just another missed opportunity right there. That's tip drill right there. He should have been diving at that ball, getting it.
Great look that time at our camera angle as Fisher just inches shy of coming up with an INT. Fisher also with a couple of touchdown receptions this evening. So it'll be a 3rd down and 9 awaiting the Ohatchee Indians as they need to reach the 30 for the first down. Third quarter brought to you by Perez Flooring and More. Roberson awaiting the snap. Play action, under pressure, and he'll go down.
There go that man again.
I was just about to say that, Eddie. Charlie Wright coming up with his first sack of the night. Comes right around the edge that time, stunning around the edge, looping toward the quarterback Roberson and gobbling him up for the sack.
Well, they lined him outside, kind of like they did Michael Parsons, Dallas Cowboys, and they lined him up on the edge right there, and he went untouched, man. I mean, just big-time play.
Just add 6 more to the jersey number. You can get Charlie Wright's performance this evening. Punting time for Baswell and the Ohatchee Indians. Baswell booming that punt off. Fisher receiving at his own 44. Angling toward the far side, head of steam and upended as he looked as if he wanted pay dirt that time on special teams, but that tackle, ankle-high tackle, might have saved a touchdown.
Well, he committed too early. As a former punt returner, like you want to set him up, and he had the block right there. All you want him to do is get in the way. He probably should have dead-legged him to the inside and went back outside because he had a full head of steam, and I believe we'd have been looking at 6. But he committed completely to the inside.
Approaching 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Jacksonville will take over from the Ohatchee 36-yard line. FNN Bank presents our high school football game of the week each and every week. Service, solutions, and strength, always their tagline at FNN Bank. Ogle quick pass will be complete to Sinclair as he'll break out of a couple of tackles as Baswell finally knocks him out of bounds before an Anthony Brown construction first down. There's the quick pass, almost a hitch pass that time, as Sinclair roams down the sideline into the red zone for a red zone opportunity for Jacksonville.
We keep hearing 2 names defensively. Wright for Jacksonville, Baswell for Ohatchee. I think they battling to see who can get the most tackles.
Precision docks and repairs with the red zone opportunity for Jacksonville. Same play, completion to Fisher. Still on his feet, out of bounds, and close to the first down. So Clint Smith liked what he saw in the previous play, decides to go for it again. The very same play, and about 10 yards that time, closer toward the goal line.
Well, listen, it's a game of matchups. And right now he sees Fisher has the matchup right there. So, hey, you're gonna ride that horse till you ride him to the shed right there, and that's what he's doing.
Keetrick Fisher already with a couple of touchdowns. Jacksonville trying to get on the board again as they're up by at least a little more than 3 scores.
And everybody else except for Sinclair is maybe a decoy, right? We know where we're going with the football.
Bonner in motion. Give goes to English, racing off the left side and tumbling in for the touchdown. 9 yards on the touchdown run by Zay English, his second of the evening, as he's over 100 yards and has a couple of scores to his totals for tonight.
Well, English said, let me get a piece of this action right here.
Good blocking on the left side of the offensive line for Jacksonville, opening up the hole for English as Dukar comes out for the PAT. So the precision docks red zone opportunity successful for Jacksonville. They had a couple of times in the first half to where they were stuffed on 4th and 1, but Jacksonville not denied this time on the touchdown. Dukar's PAT up, and it is good. Timeout. 2:15 remaining in the third quarter. It's Jacksonville 37 and Ohatchee 6.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
.215 remaining in the third quarter from the Creekbank here in Ohatchee. One of our favorite atmospheres to come to as far as the high school football circuit in this portion of the Yellowhammer state of Alabama. Jacksonville has led wire to wire so far after scoring on the second play from scrimmage in the first quarter thanks to Zay English's 49-yard touchdown jaunt. Dukar with the kickoff. And over end and into the end zone for the touchback. Another Leopard Gypsy kickoff that goes into the end zone for Dukar. So Ohatchee will begin their possession 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. At least in talking with Coach Chris Findlay earlier this week, Eddie, as far as his midterm assessment of his team, he's been pretty pleased with the continued improvement, really from the late last year when they were able to get into the playoffs up to now, but he still wants to see his team improve more as they go toward the end of the regular season.
Well, that's what you want to do. Once you get a system in and you get a group of players and they learn your philosophy, you want to build on it each year, and you shouldn't digress, that much from the system. Talent may drop a little bit, but the system should never digress. The players should always know what the coach wants and what he wants in certain situations.
Baswell up the middle for 3 yards. Nate Jones, the normal starting running back, not playing this evening. So Baswell getting some more carries. In fact, primarily the ball carrier this evening for Ohatchee. Counter give goes to Baswell. Gets strung out, and now a flag behind the play. As it was Hester finding some room off of the near hash mark, but I think that play is going to come on back. Not a whole lot of flags for both of these teams this evening. Initial indication is the holding call. 80-yard touchdown run in the third quarter by Baswell, but a couple of touchdowns for Jacksonville as well here in the third quarter. We'll get one final official indication coming up as far as that holding call. They've already marked off the penalty yardage, or at least now have marked off the penalty yardage. So it'll be 2nd and 2, almost about Alexandria to go for the first down. Field running from west to east as far as where Ohatchee's offense is going. Calhoun out of the backfield as it'll be Roberson on the direct keeper as right into our broadcast, at least cameraman that time. Alonzo Kirby once again doing not a bad job of trying to get out of the way, as you always have to have your head on the swivel there, Eddie, when you're one of those guys on the sideline.
Right, you got to be able to two-step over there, so Alonzo did a great job right there getting out the way.
I think this is the second time in as many weeks, Eddie, that our Alonzo Kirby has had to get out of the way of a potential tackle.
I'm going to have to pick with him a little bit. He used to play receiver for me. I'm going to tell him he can't get out the way no more.
Calhoun gets the pitch to the far side. Trying to cut it up the field, does so. Actually a pretty decent run that time on 3rd and 13 as we go under a minute here in the third quarter. I'm just glad we're safely tucked away up here, Eddie, so that we don't have any of those tacklers trying upend us and send us to the hospital. It'll be 4th down. Got to be pretty tough down there as far as along the sideline, especially if you're one of those players on either uniform putting on those pads this evening.
That's right, you got.
Punting time as Fisher back to receive for Jacksonville. Baswell remains out there to punt. A little bit of a low snap, but he'll get almost a soccer-style kick to the far side and ends up a pretty good result for Ohatchee. Inside the 40 at the 39-yard line of Jacksonville. So we're going to see Jim Ogle again, probably maybe for one of the last few series, and in talking with at least Coach Chris Findlay for Ohatchee, and then at least a part of our FNN extended family, Grady Sapp, of course, now the voice of the Golden Eagles of Jacksonville. They both think that Jim Ogle has a very bright future as far as maybe having a potential to start at the collegiate level and being a starting Division I QB. Snap, and the give will go to English as he'll rip it up the middle, and he could take it the distance. Running away from the back and in for the touchdown. 3 touchdowns for Zay English tonight. This one of 61 yards.
Well, that's just too easy right there. I mean, he just, once he gets gets through the line of scrimmage, it's just off to the races. Right there. Right there. When he make him miss right there, he's just off to the races.
61 yards for Zay English, approaching unofficially 200 yards on the ground this evening at the running back spot.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised.
43-6 your score. Dukar successful on all of his prior 5 PATs. Snap, hold, kick are all good. So we'll take the timeout. As we're at the end of the third quarter, so 12 minutes remaining coming up in the fourth quarter. All Jacksonville so far in the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Southeastern Utility Services.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Three quarters in the can as Zay English finished off the third quarter with a 61-yard sprint to the end zone for the touchdown. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, our FNN family with you here as far as our camera crew. Having to do a little extra work, as you saw on the sideline there late in the third quarter, but doing an excellent job this evening. Ohatchee Hardware brings you our fourth quarter, and feeling a little touch of some cooler weather, but we know colder weather around the corner, so they got basically heaters of all types that you need if you're in need of a heater when it comes for the upcoming winter. Here's the kickoff, a low line drive thanks to John Dukar. Hester advancing to the near sideline, out of bounds, close to the 25-yard line. So also a good time if you need a repair as far as one of those heaters, as there you see one of our toughest men on the crew, Alonzo Kirby, avoiding a tackle for the second consecutive week, as he had to do so in our trip to Cleburne County last week.
Alonzo showing his linebacker skills there.
So there you see our own Jake Jacobs as well, being a team player out there, helping to at least get that camera location for Alonzo Kirby back up and running. First down and 10 from the 25. Ohatchee with the football. Hester on the counter give up the middle as he'll get stood up by Luke Jackson, and Ryan Mitchell also helping out, assisting on the tackle for Jacksonville. Very impressive performance on the road for Jacksonville this evening as far as really taking control early on, and they've really, other than a couple of red zone misses there late in the first half, Eddie, they have not let their foot off the gas pedal this evening.
Absolutely. They just they're doing what they need to do. They started off running it, then they went to the air raid, and I guess what I like about Zay English is that he just take advantage of the opportunities he get. I would imagine he probably don't have double-digit carries, but he's making the best out of the carries that he gets.
Give goes to the backup running back, Zane Calhoun, trying to extend to the near sideline and goes out of bounds. Jackson, along with our linebacker, really one of our players of the evening, really, when you look at it, and Charlie Wright, the linebacker, also close to the tackle that time for Jacksonville. So Charlie Wright playing outstanding, and really all across the board for Jacksonville on top of their game this evening. Not going to come up with a shutout this evening, but they had held their opponents for almost the equivalent of 2 full games without a point. The fourth quarter against Anniston, the entire game against Talladega, and then halftime, at least up to halftime here tonight. Prior to the snap, we have the officials blow the play dead and a flag on the play.
Flags on the field. Dead ball
going to be one of the rare mistakes pre-snap for Jacksonville. I think that might be actually their first pre-snap penalty of the entire evening, of offside on Jacksonville. Instead of a 3rd and 6, a 3rd and 1 upcoming for Ohatchee. Approaching the 10-minute mark remaining in this evening's ball game. Should be a very happy Jacksonville locker room after the game this evening. Should be also closing in on a season high as far as points in a game for Jacksonville. Trying to score above 50 for the 3rd consecutive week as Calhoun slips and might have gotten close to the first down, but he'll fall down around the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard lost that time. So it's going to be 4th down and the punting unit coming on for Ohatchee.
Well, that man was in that big gap extremely quick, that Charlie Wright. He hit that left side very quickly, so I can understand why he may have slipped.
Didn't want to get that big hit on him. Jacksonville coming into this evening scoring 43 points per ball game, and they've exceeded that this evening, scoring 44. Baswell, a busy man punting-wise, gets the low snap. Another good punt angling toward the near side as Sinclair receiving this time for Jacksonville. Lets it die, and Ohatchee will touch it. It'll be 1st down and 10 for Jacksonville coming up. Our FNN high school football game of the week, every week, brought to you courtesy of our friends at the Grub Mart, home of the 99-cent bag of ice. Also, our 4th quarter, presented by Ohatchee Hardware. Ready for any of your needs as far as repairs for your heater for the upcoming colder weather, or a new heater of all sorts. You name it, and they'll have it. Jacksonville back out of the huddle, and looks as if a new quarterback coming in, so Jim Ogle will have his night come to a close. A stoppage in play, however, as we'll have a timeout on the field, a timeout for Jacksonville, and we'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week in the 4th quarter.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Indians 44-6 with just under 9 minutes to go in tonight's game. So Coach Clint Smith starting to empty his bench as we have a new Golden Eagles quarterback in the ball game. Pretty much a whole second string offense as Jackson bounces it off of one tackle and gets a 1st down run of about 13 yards. Colby Hester on the tackle for Ohatchee. Matthew Salmon, the new quarterback, a sophomore. Also, Luke Jackson, normally one of the outside linebackers, getting some action at running back. So obviously when you're up this big, a great opportunity for Coach Clint Smith to not only get his reserves some playing time, but reward them with playing time as far as against a good opponent and develop some depth deep in your depth chart, Eddie.
And that's what you want to do. I mean, it's quality times. You know, Hatchie still has several starters in. I mean, so, you know, they're not going against the JV right there. They're going against some quality guys right there.
Jacksonville already with an Anthony Brown construction 1st down run on this drive, thanks to Luke Jackson. We go south of 8 minutes remaining in tonight's ball game. A total domination by the Jacksonville Golden Eagles, as Salmon will await the snap. gives off. Jackson on the call. Tripped up across midfield. Good solid tackle for Ohatchee that time as Carter comes up from his cornerback spot on the tackle.
And that's the same little play that Zay is running right there, but you can see that's the younger guy right there, and he's just not able to make the cuts, that Zay is able to make, but he'll get there, though. Right idea.
Briley Carter, who made the tackle, coming up a bit gimpy, will hobble off almost right to our broadcast location. We're actually located directly above the Ohatchee bench. Literally look over our broadcast equipment and see the Ohatchee players right along the sideline. Give right up the middle and big room for Ellis as he'll try and scamper in, will do so to the end zone for the touchdown. Tylen Ellis with his touchdown run, 48 yards to add to the scoring machine for Jacksonville.
That's another sophomore right there. You're looking at the...
We'll take a second look. The touchdown run brought to you by Tylen Ellis. And there you see, untouched that time, Eddie. Great blocking by the offensive line as Ellis with his first touchdown of the evening.
And that's a bend play right there. He started out to the right, but they pulled a right tackle. So, he was able to bend that ball right back in behind him. So
Elijah Stinson coming on for the PAT. That's good. Timeout here from the Creekbank. All Jacksonville now up 51-6 as we'll see Ellis take it to the house.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
.639 remaining in tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Southeastern Utility Services. And our fourth quarter brought to you by Ohatchee Hardware. And a red-hot team so far in the Jacksonville Golden Eagles, not only tonight, but the last 3 weeks. Eddie, the Golden Eagles offense for Jacksonville has now gone over 50 points for 3 consecutive weeks.
Hey, I'm not surprised, with a quarterback like Mr. Ogle back there and the receivers. You're talking about Fish and Sinclair and a running back like Zay English, man.
Hester provides a little excitement up the near sideline, advancing the kickoff close to the 40-yard line, around the 35-yard line. So I'll ask you, Eddie, as a former coach then, I asked Coach Chris Findley this during the week, and do you think Jim Ogle has the potential to be a starting Division I quarterback at the next level?
Well, it depends on where he goes. I definitely think that he has the skill set, but one thing you have to think about going to the next level is the college game is just so much faster than the high school level, and I've witnessed it in person, and he does a great job, but he still got some things that he got to do because you're gonna have a lot of Fishers on there, a lot of Charlie Wrights on there at Division I level.
Zane Calhoun gets gobbled up in the backfield. Pursuing on the tackle, Gavin Peeler. So what are the things that, for Jim Ogle, he'll have to adjust to when it comes to playing at the collegiate level, assuming that he indeed signs with Troy in the upcoming signing period?
First thing is the speed, because like I said, you're going to have top athletes from all over the nation. And then, of course, he's going to have his read progressions are going to be a little bit faster because, a whole window closes a lot faster in college than it does in high school.
It'll be a 2nd down and 10 for Ohatchee. Up the middle for Roberson, slides down safely after about a 4, maybe 5-yard gain, around the 43, possibly the 44-yard line.
That's a smart play right there, because I noticed he has a bandage on his left knee, and this game right here is out of reach. So the only thing you're playing for right now is a little pride, but other than that, you don't want to get anybody hurt. That's going to hurt you in your future region games and possibly the playoffs. So that's a smart move right there for him to slide and get down,
Some scores on your screen across the state of Alabama in non-region play. Folsom getting the handoff up the middle and gets his Anthony Brown construction first down. Across midfield to about the 48-yard line.
There's that running off count and Watt there.
So first down and 10 was 23-0 at halftime in favor of Jacksonville. 14-0 after 1 quarter of play as well. Both teams traded touchdowns about the first half of the 3rd quarter, but since then Jacksonville has pressed the gas pedal even more and just blown by Ohatchee this evening.
Hey, that was a surprise, that last score, Pisgah going up on Sylvania.
Sylvania having one of their best seasons in a few years, as we'll have at least a stoppage in play.
Encroach on the defense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Jacksonville getting some of their defensive players, their backups in, as we come down almost the final 4 minutes of tonight's FNN High School football game of the week. We'll be up about 15 minutes further up Highway 77 next week for our FNN High School football game of the week. Southside hosting Leeds for a big 5A Region 6 matchup. Off the middle goes Calhoun, lowers that head, and he'll pile forward for the first down. There you see, that's going to be a big game, especially for Southside, an opportunity for them, even without Gage Neesmith, their talented starting quarterback, still have enough pieces to where if they can beat Leeds, they have an opportunity, potentially an outside opportunity to host a first-round playoff game in Class 5A.
And that's what you want to shoot for. I mean, it's a big-time game, and,
And obviously before Friday, we'll have a preview of that game. Region play to begin October, and more on the FNN Coaches Show from Struts Wings in Oxford. Folsom on the call. Tiptoes around the defense, still on his feet. As he'll try and drive and gets pushed back, but forward progress should give him the first down. Good tackling that time, aggressive tackling by Matthias Goggins, the senior, coming off the bench.
That's some great tackling right there, and it shows you that Jacksonville has other speed besides Fish and Sinclair right there. Those young fellows running to the football.
The reserves for Coach Clint Smith's Jacksonville Golden Eagles getting some quality playing time this evening. Under 3 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Brought to you by Ohatchee Hardware. Closing in on a red zone opportunity, what would be the first of the evening for Ohatchee. Give goes to Calhoun. He'll lower that head and go right into the Jacksonville defender, McNeil. Not going to get a whole lot, as it'll be a 3rd down and short coming up, about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 coming up. Big thanks to all of our sponsors once again for helping us out, not only tonight, all season long. Ohatchee about 4 yards away from what would be a Precision Docks and Repairs red zone opportunity. So under 2 minutes to go in tonight's FNN High School football game of the week. Likely to be the final offensive possession tonight for Ohatchee. Calhoun up the middle, gets the first down, and he's just shy of the 20-yard line. Calhoun a little slow to get up. In fact, he's a little bit banged up as he'll go to a knee. Trying to fight off that last hit that he got around the near numbers, as it'll be an Anthony Brown construction first down. And with that tip of the football right at the 20-yard line, we will call it a red zone chance for Ohatchee. Precision Docks and Repairs bringing us our red zone opportunities this evening. A big thanks to them. Also, a big thanks to Urban Rustique for bringing our FNN High School football game of the week, as they'll have their big fall festival coming up on October the 28th from 9 a to 9 p at their location in Oxford. Also, a spooktacular costume contest involved as far as that free fall festival from Urban Rustique. There you see another offside penalty brought to you by the Jacksonville, at least, reserves on defense.
Well, and you got the younger guys, like you said, and they're in now, so, you expect a few mistakes, but you can't coach them like that. We coaching them like we coach the varsity guys and saying, hey, you're making too many penalties. We can't do that, but, you understand that they're going to, because they don't get the time or the reps that the starters do. So, you expect a little bit for them to be a little bit off, a little bit antsy.
Folsom in the backfield. This will be the counter give going to the far side. One of the backup tight ends that time. Tuio Segia with the carry. Under 30 seconds remaining in tonight's FNN High School football game of the week. First and goal coming up. What will be the final Anthony Brown construction first down of the night for either team. And this is going to be, that will be, in fact, not only the final first down, but the final play of this evening. So winding it down toward the final seconds and the finish line here at Ohatchee as Jacksonville dominates on the road, defeating Ohatchee 51-6. Post-game coming up. A lot to go over this evening. A big Jacksonville win here on the FNN High School football game of the week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Another big offensive night for Jacksonville as they go over 50 points for the third consecutive week. And a 51-6 victory over the Ohatchee Indians here at the Creekbank. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and our FNN crew from the Creekbank. A big night for Jacksonville, and really the star of the show, a lot of stars this evening. You look at Charlie Wright defensively, close to double-digit tackles from his linebacker spot, but in my mind, Eddie, I was very impressed, well, with the whole team for Jacksonville, really, but individually, Zay English was very impressive from the very start, scoring his first of 3 touchdowns as we take a look at the second play from scrimmage from 49 yards out.
And he just runs so effortlessly, his dad had played receiver for me, and I always picked at his dad. His dad wasn't that fast. He could catch anything you throw at him, but, I told him his son, I said, hey, he's way faster than you are, but he runs so smoothly,
Speaking of catching, that's exactly what Kedrick Fisher does on the first of 2 touchdown receptions from Jim Ogle, that one of 8 yards out. Ogle with a total of 3 touchdown passes. And another look at one of multiple huge runs from Zay English, nearly taking it to the house, as it was Roberson, the safety and quarterback for Ohatchee, having to save a touchdown that time. We look at Ohatchee on offense, and not a lot going as Charlie Wright played one of his best games in a Jacksonville uniform this evening, coming up with that hard hit. And this was one of the probably worst mistakes of the entire evening, really, for both teams, but especially Ohatchee, as the snap was high off of the hands of Baswell, and they were very fortunate that was just 2 points for Jacksonville. So looking further as far as game highlights, Ogle and the offense coming back out as Jim Ogle looking like a D1 quarterback here. A corner route going to Monty Sinclair in rhythm for the first down. Late first half action. A perfect throw in rhythm again to Kedrick Fisher that results in a Jacksonville first down inside the 5-yard line of Ohatchee. Right before the end of the half, when the score was 16-0, pitch and catch time combo of Sinclair and Ogle. Ogle on the pass, Sinclair on the catch. To begin the second half, this was one of Colby Hester's better runs, getting it to across midfield, about a 25-yard run for Colby Hester. But the drive stalled out. Ogle fires one over the middle that time to Fisher for the first down, as he was able to use some of his athleticism to get more yards after the catch. He also scored on that very next bubble screen pass from 40 yards out. His final touchdown of the evening, a couple of touchdowns for Kedrick Fisher. And right on the very next play, first play on the drive for Baswell, goes right up the middle from 80 yards out as he runs past and at least beyond the defender, Zay Moore for Jacksonville. A second look at the highlight really for Ohatchee, as Baswell did a lot this evening. It's a pretty good punting night this evening, and that was his highlight, especially on that 80-yard touchdown run. But after that, and really for the entire game, Eddie, it was all Jacksonville Golden Eagles.
No, Baswell wasn't getting caught on that play.
But Carter that time from his cornerback spot able to make his best defensive play of the night, a 5-yard loss and a bubble screen pass to Monty Sinclair. Jacksonville advances up the field. Second of 3 touchdowns for Zay English, as we're awaiting Coach Clint Smith from Jacksonville and one of his players. And they're heading over, and we'll take a look at a couple of more highlights. This time, Roberson gets hit hard by Charlie right out of bounds. One of his best nights, as we've mentioned. And in fact, we'll take one last look at Zay English's outstanding night at running back, as he takes this one 61 yards for his final touchdown of the evening, as we're getting ready to talk with momentarily here Coach Clint Smith and Kedrick Fisher. We'll go ahead. We'll start with you, Coach. And Coach Smith, first off, congratulations. A well-played game, really a consistent game for your squad on both sides of the ball this evening.
In pretty much every phase of the game, I thought, we came out and established ourselves early and, was able to kind of, keep our foot on the gas pedal the entire game. And so really proud of how we played up front, especially defensively. I thought we played pretty well. I thought we tackled pretty well. And, offensively put some good points up on the board, made some big plays. Special teams, we kicked it in the end zone a few times, and I think we hit all our extra points. And so, a solid game tonight, which is what I wanted to see, and a great effort from our coaches and our players, and great community support tonight, good atmosphere.
Great game, Coach. Congratulations, Coach Bullock.
Hey, Coach, thank you.
Look, I got to ask you about this. Y'all had a couple of opportunities where you had 4th down and you was deep in territory, and then you also had a high snap that possibly could have fell on for a touchdown, and you put up 51 points. So tell me your feelings about those 2 series and about that one play.
Well, I think first half, we actually left some points off, on the board, off the board. We we got down in the red zone a couple times and didn't come away with anything. And then, on the high snap, we kind of bobbled it and turned it into a safety instead of 6 points.
Right.
So, that's just some things that, it's just the way the ball bounces and things like that. But I think our intensity was good. I think our effort was good, and just overall, pleased with the performance tonight. And we got a big one next week with Cleveland County coming in, getting back into region play. So, I felt we played pretty clean. Not very many penalties or turnovers, anything like that. So, that's what you want to see.
And, Coach, I was impressed with Charlie Wright's performance this evening. We were talking about him the entire night as far as his hard hitting from the linebacker spot, but just the way he was able to seemingly just get to the football on almost every play.
Yeah, Charlie has worked really hard, and he is a very big vocal leader on our team. He talks and he gets people fired up and all that. So he's worked himself into a really good linebacker, and he plays with tremendous effort, and he just is all over the field. And so him and Ryan both back there right now do a great job for us. But Charlie has been all over the field the past few weeks, and he just continues to get better and better, and that's going to be a big key for us moving forward. I felt like we played physical, which I knew we were going to have to play physical football in order to stop them with what they do. They're very good at what they do. They've been scoring a lot of points and, been rolling here lately. So very proud of the effort, the physicality that we showed on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And, but to answer your question, yeah, Charlie has been all over the field for the past few games.
Coach, congratulations on the victory, and good luck the rest of the season, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
We'll slide Coach off and bring in Kedrick Fisher, one of the star wide receivers on this talented group of players as far as the Jacksonville Golden Eagles roster. And Kedrick, congratulations on the victory tonight. Just going to talk about the offense. You, Monty Sinclair, Amori Young, Jim Ogle, Zay English. There's a lot of speed, a lot of talent on this offense this year.
Well, the main thing with us is just making sure we execute night in, night out. Last week, we didn't – the score might not have said it, but we didn't execute as good as we wanted to. So coming into this game, we just wanted to make sure we key in on the little things and do what we know we can do.
So do you feel like the execution overall, especially for your side of the ball, was a lot better than last week?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
Kedrick, how do you feel about, the situations where y'all got down a couple of opportunities? Because you put up 51 points, but you had an opportunity to possibly score another 21 points. So how do you feel about that situation?
Well, we just got to make sure we just execute all the time, We get down to the 10-yard line or whatnot, and we get like a day's ago. So we just got to keep working at practice, get 1% better, and just keep doing what we know we can do.
And Kedrick, especially for later on in the season, the postseason, how big is it to come into this type of environment and really be able to dominate on the road?
It was just great, just not letting nothing phase you. It was their homecoming. They had a lot of people out. We just kept our mind focused, just kept keyed in on what we need to do, and that's what great teams need,
Hey, one last question, Kedrick. Where'd you get all that speed from, man?
God-given and running track.
Okay, I hear you.
There you go. Congratulations, Kedrick, and thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank y'all, no problem.
Kedrick Fisher, along with Coach Clint Smith, joining us, as that will do it from the Creekbank here in Ohatchee. A big thanks to all of our sponsors, as well as all of our FNN crew. for their services and a job well done this evening. There you see our talented folks behind the scenes, as well as Coach Eddie Bullock and yours truly, and all of the folks here at FNN that help make high school football coverage across our area of Alabama possible. A big thanks to all of our sponsors, and a big thanks for you for joining us this evening. We'll be up at Southside next week. Leeds and Southside is our FNN high school football game of the week next week. The FNN Coaches Show coming up on Tuesdays. We'll recap this game as well as the non-region week to close out September from Stretched Wings in Oxford. So join us, or if you can't join us, be sure to join us here on FNN on Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock at Stretched Wings in Oxford for the FNN High School Coaches Show. So once again, our final, Jacksonville 51 and Ohatchee 6. Jim Jacobs, Coach Eddie Bullock, our FNN crew. James Hardy signing off as we wish you a good night from the Creekbank.
experts around the state. Presented by Central Alabama Community College, the Alabama Department of Transportation, Main Street Family Care, Jacksonville State University, Russell Do-It Centers, Southeastern Land Group, Southern Union State Community College, and by wickedly delicious Wickles Pickles. Now, let's get into some football. This is the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome into the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. I'm Andy Graham, filling in for JJ Jeffcoat alongside Luke Robinson. We'll be with you for the next 2 hours, running down every high school football score across the great state of Alabama. We've got some great interviews that we'll be bringing your way as well. A lot going on tonight, as always. FYI, it is that time of year. I am heavily medicated. So I apologize in advance for what I might say. And to make it matters worse, Luke's worse than I am.
Yeah, it's not good.
So
it's not good.
we're playing hurt, but we're going to do it.
It's the SEC. You got to rub some
dirt on it. We're going to power through. That's right. Throw some dirt on it and move on. Thanks, JJ. But anyway, I'm kidding. Welcome into the show tonight. Luke, it was an interesting Thursday already. I mean, you know, all respect to Clay Chalkville. They are a really, really good team with really, really good players. But we have been conditioned that Thompson doesn't lose in the regular season.
Yeah, we really had, and it was a special night. It was a fun game. I mean, ESPN got treated last night, right? And I think it really showed the talent that the state of Alabama has. You had Trent Seaborn for Thompson. I thought he played very well. The wide receiver, whose name escapes me for the moment, for Thompson, I think he's only a sophomore. He played very well, the basketball player. And then, of course, there was Jalen Mbakwe, who I thought was the star of the show, 5 touchdowns. And here's the thing with Mbakwe. He can throw the ball, but it's not really what he does. I mean, it's fine, but in high school you typically want to put your best athlete back there at quarterback and let him out-athlete everybody. They knew what he was doing most of the time, and they still couldn't stop him. He was just that dynamic. Now, he had 2 interceptions, but again, he's sort of playing out of position. I think if he were more of a wide receiver, slot guy, running back, defensive back all the time, not quarterback, a running back even, I think things would be a little different. But he's really incredible, and it's a pretty good year in the state of Alabama. He seemed to me to be the best player in the state of Alabama last night. Mario Craver, wide receiver for Clay Chalkville, also played well. DJ Barber, a linebacker, is committed to Auburn, played well, I thought. Clay Chalkville was just going to be tough, and I'm going to tell you something. I think we're all looking forward to potentially a Clay Chalkville Saraland state championship. Now, Mountain Brook's going to have something to say about this. Trust me on that. But I'm telling you, Clay Chalkville Saraland could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, talking about another normal power. Hoover loses again tonight. That's just unheard of. But it is what it is. It's time for our first scores on the fours, brought to you by Wickles Pickles, awesomely and wickedly delicious. We'll go with those Thursday scores, Luke. I'll let you do 7A through 5A.
7A last night, it was Clay Chalkville 36, Thompson 33 in an absolute classic. Also Huntsville 53, made Jemison 25. Park Crossing in a slugfest against Selma 6-0. Then in 5A, it was Carver Birmingham 40, Dallas County 7, Gulf Shores 37, and Murphy 14.
Anniston beat Piedmont 14-9 in the WOTM game of the week. It was in 4A, Cherokee County 56 and Munford 10. In Class 2A, Highland Home defeated Brantley 46-0. Tuscaloosa Academy defeated University Charter School 42-20. And Class 1A, Milry defeated Clark County 28-14. Again, a lot to get to tonight. We'll run down as many scores as we get in. We'll try to bring you each and every game that took place tonight. Some great interviews. This 5A Russellville, 3A number 1 in 3A Mars Hill Bible. That's a great one. That game tonight, Baker and Dothan as well. So a lot of that coming up. When we come back, Ben Thomas from AL.com will be with us, and we will get his thoughts on everything going on in high school football in the state of Alabama. Thank you so much for being with us, and don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more of the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take a knee! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt? Coke Zero! Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste! 0 calories!
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Dave Milton with Southeastern Land Group. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our company. We sell farmland and timberland in Alabama and the surrounding states. Not only do we have a land sales division, but we also have a timber sales division where we can help you with your timber sales and your timber appraisals. There's 22 of us in our group scattered throughout the southeastern United States. We are a full-service land and timber sales company. We do with farmland, timberland, cattle property, poultry farms. 866-751-LAND. Go to the website, selandgroup.com.
Hey Cougar Nation, it's Coach Gilmer here, reminding you to buckle up on your way home after the game tonight and every time you get in the car. Seatbelts save lives, so buckle up every time. No exceptions. We want to keep Cougar Nation safe and alive, so buckle up, stay safe, and go Cougars.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
It's time for Inside the AHSAA with AL.com's Ben Thomas on the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive safe and buckle up, Alabama. And joining us right now is Ben Thomas, who writes about high school sports for AL.com. And, of course, you follow along like we do, I'm sure, every Friday night on the blog there at AL.com, Football High Live, to keep up with the scores and the games and everything that's going on. Ben, how are you?
I'm doing good this week. How y'all doing tonight?
Really good, really good. Listen, let's talk about some things that happened this week. And I want to start with a couple of forfeits. We have White Plains and A.L. Johnson that are now disqualified from the playoffs because of a couple of forfeits. You wrote about it. Kind of tell us what happened.
Yeah, I mean, A.L. Johnson forfeited to Sweetwater last week. I really don't know what the story was behind that, why that happened. The White Plains Anniston situation was very interesting. There was that was last week as well. There was a shooting earlier in the week on Tuesday that involved some teenage girls, I understand, and they canceled the Anniston homecoming celebrations and stuff on Thursday, and then eventually canceled the game on Friday. White Plains decided they couldn't play. Rico Jackson, the Anniston coach, said he believed that the security was in place to play the game, but they They didn't play the game, so that goes down as a forfeit, according to Anniston and according to the AHSAA. And so those two teams forfeited. And the bigger story is that because of that, because they forfeited a necessary game, in other words, a region game, they are now ineligible for the playoffs. That's a rule in the High School Association. If you forfeit a mandated game like that, you're ineligible. So that means that the rest of their games that they'll play will be classified non-region games and not even count in the standings. Pretty big news there. You know, the thing that lessens it a little bit is that those two teams, White Plains and A.L. Johnson, aren't in the playoffs very much, and they didn't look like they were headed to the playoffs this year. Neither one of them had won a game yet. So then you think, okay, so what's the big deal? Well, it would have been a big deal if it had been we'd been talking about a team that is annually in the playoffs, like an Oxford or a Thompson or Auburn or whoever. But because these two teams weren't going to the playoffs and haven't been there in a long, long time either, it lessens it a little bit. But it's a huge ruling, and especially coming off COVID in 2020, where basically they said you can forfeit without penalty, in case you had a COVID situation there, and now that's how far we are removed from that we're no longer in that situation. And if you do forfeit a region game, there's going to be penalties for it.
Let's talk about another story you wrote. I thought this was interesting. You talked to Baker coach Steve Norman about his Auburn commit Bryce Kane, the receiver, nine touchdown receptions through 5 games for Baker. How good is this player?
He's really good, and it's an interesting story. Actually, I went over there this week, and I've got another story on Baker on Thursday as well. You can read both of those right now on AL.com. But Bryce Kane is an interesting story, JJ, because this was a baseball guy. He didn't even play football before the spring of his junior year. He's now a senior. And he came out, and everybody says, including the coach and including Bryce himself, that, look, he wasn't very good when he came out. He was catching the ball with his face and not catching the rest of them. And he said, Coach Norman was thinking, what have we got here? And, in 17 months' time, he's gone from that, a baseball guy trying to play football, to one of the top recruits in the state. He's been committed to Auburn since June, I think. The key is that he's really fast, like 4.3 fast. And you add that with the fact that now he's learned to catch the ball, and you got something. I mean, he's going to be a slot guy at Auburn. He's kind of perfect for that role, as long as Auburn gets a quarterback that can throw it to him. And he's excited about going there. It's just, and like you said, he has 9 touchdown receptions already. He's also got a Mississippi State commit throwing in the ball, and Josh Flowers. So they're very good offensively, regardless of Bryce Kane. But he's certainly added to that, and he's a guy that Auburn fans are going to look forward to watching, I think, in the coming years.
All right. Ben Thomas with us from AL.com. Ben, thank you so much for the time. We'll catch up next week.
Great. Have a great weekend.
This has been Inside the AHSAA with Ben Thomas of AL.com, brought to you by the Alabama Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive safe and buckle up, Alabama.
Time again for Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickles Pickles. Luke, you got 7A top 10.
7A top 10, number 1 Thompson. They lose to number 2 Clay Chalkville out of 6A, 36-33 in a classic last night. Central Phoenix City was off this weekend. Number 3 Auburn, they travel up to Montgomery and they defeat 5A number 1 Ramsey 13-7. What a game that must have been. Number 4 Mary Montgomery 45, Baldwin County 14. Number 5 Estavia had the week off. Number 6 Hewitt Trustful 62-0 over Huffman. Number 7 Dothan, they get a win over number 9 Baker 35-14. They were trailing 7-0 at the half, and they come back to outscore them 35-7 in the second half. Number 8 Enterprise, they were off this week. And number 10 Sparkman was also off this week.
I think that Ramsey-Auburn game, Ramsey turned the ball over, I think 3 times in the red zone.
Wow.
Really good. Daphne falls to Spanish Fort tonight, 35-27. Still efforting to find a score between Carver Montgomery and Percy Julian. Pratt will defeat Stanhope Elmore 31-20. And Florence defeated Minor 27-14. Actually, that one still in progress as last we saw, but we will get you a final on that. Florence 27, Minor 14. Wickedly delicious Wickles Pickles, bringing you Scores on the Fours, from Saturday sandwiches to Thanksgiving dinner. Our secret 90-year-old recipe used to be reserved for family and friends who were lucky enough to get a jar. But since 1998, we've been bringing these tangy and fresh pickles to your home. When we come back, Rodney Bowerman from Fox Sports shows he had Russellville and Mars Hill Bible.
The Alex City Parks and Rec Department serves the residents of Alexander City with quality facilities and programs designed to positively affect the lives of the citizens. From youth sports programs to adult activities and our senior center, the Alex City Parks and Rec offers services for all ages. The Cooper Rec Center, Lake Winds Golf Course, and the Senior Activity Center are just some of the great features the Alex City Parks and Rec Department provides for the people of Alex City. For more information on any of our programs, call 256-329-6736.
Have you stopped by Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store lately? If you haven't, you should. You'll find great pieces for your favorite do-it-yourself project. Lightly used name brand clothing by Free People, North Face, Matilda Jane, Patagonia, and a whole lot more. And while you're there, don't miss the shoes, decorative pieces, classic and new books, and Auburn and Alabama gear that won't cost you.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island, from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service, from the team in parks,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
And shut down a drive in the last minute on about the 30-yard line. Russellville trying to score one last time, but Panthers come away victorious.
So who were the big stars for the game today?
Well, our quarterback, Griffin Hansen, senior quarterback, has been starting in that position at Mars Hill since he was in 8th grade, won a state championship as an 8th grader, has done a phenomenal job. And tonight he made 2 on-the-money passes for 2 touchdowns that actually pulled Mars Hill back ahead of Russell. He also made a 65-yard touchdown run from scrimmage to put a score on the board. So he's doing pretty good. 104 touchdowns in his career, I believe.
Mars Hill isn't used to a lot of close games, are they?
Well, we haven't this year so far, but last year the Russellville game came down to a last-second kick that Russellville just happened to pull a little bit to the left, and we came away victorious in that game 31-30. But they're a great squad there, Russellville is.
So what's next up for Mars Hill Bible?
So next week we got Colbert County. We go back to the region, followed by Phil Campbell, and then could be another potential undefeated matchup with Lauderdale County, a cross-county rival here up in northwest Alabama that could be two top-ranked 3A teams.
You know, some people might wonder, what do you gain by going out of classification and playing a 5A school as good as Russellville? But Mars Hill just has to have gained an immense amount of confidence from this.
Well, I think not only did they gain the confidence that they needed, but also just how to play under pressure and under duress. We didn't lead until 4 minutes left in the game, and so Coach Higgins wanting to teach these guys how to never give up, fight through, and I mean, just adversity was kind of the theme of the week for him, trying to these guys to come through and really step up to a challenge, and that's what we got here tonight with Russellville coming in town, because they're a really good football team, and they've got a running back that is going to turn. He's just a sophomore, but he could be playing on Saturday somewhere in the state.
That's Rodney Bowerman from Fox Sports Shoals. Rodney, really appreciate it. Good luck to you guys the rest of the way.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time, bud.
Yeah, there again, Luke, it just seems like every year. I don't know what it is, but those Mars Hill Bible thumpers, man, they are really, really good, and it's almost like five.
Yeah.
It's just, it's year after year after year after year.
It's a culture. I mean, you see it so many places in the state of Alabama that winning becomes a culture, and they don't want to stop it. And look, every now and again it can elude your grasp. Like Hoover right now, it seems like they're 1-5. I mean, Hoover was the thing for a while, but Hoover also sat with a crown on their head for a long time, and Mars Hill Bible is one of those teams that just always seems to win.
Prattville, another one of those schools that kind of ruled the state for a while. Any thought? I mean, any guess that if a Dubose or a who was Mark the coach there for he went to UAB.
Rush Probst?
No, went at Prattville.
Okay. Bill Clark.
Bill Clark.
Yeah.
If they went back there, that Prattville would be right back to where they were.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times it is about the coach, right? But now the coach has to also be willing to take on infecting the lower school system, to have a feeder system to the high school. I think you can't just count on coaches beneath you getting your guys ready for high school. I mean, that was one thing Rush Probst did. He went down and was talking to first graders, second graders, trying to get them ready for, hey, you're going to be at Hoover someday. Be ready.
Time again for Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles.
Okay, 6A top 10. Number one, Saraland scored on every possession they had tonight against 7A Foley, and they win the game 70-20. It was a game that featured two of the top wide receivers in the state, Ryan Williams against Perry Thompson, and Saraland is just a machine right now. Number two, Clay Chalkville, as we talked about, they beat 7A number one Thompson last night, 36-33. Again, excuse me, we are both dealing with sickness. Number three, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, they defeat Gaston City tonight, 32-3. Number four, Parker, they lose a tight one against Pleasant Grove out of 5A, 22-21. Number five, Muscle Shoals, 42, James Clemens, 28. Number six, Hartselle, they defeat Oxford in a close one, 22-21. How often have I had 22-21 scores in three different games? Number seven, Mountain Brook, all over Hoover tonight, 34-24. That score does not indicate, I think, how badly Mountain Brook beat Hoover right tonight. Number eight, Oxford, I talked about they lose to Hartsville 22-21. And number 9, Helena, they get a win over Jackson Olin 49-6. And number 10, Theodore 16-10 over Opelika.
BC Rain 49, Davidson 35, Robertsdale falls to Alma Bryant 34-6, Russell County 14, Valley 40, Briarwood 21, Oak Mountain 0. Pelham 27, Chelsea 7. It was Central Tuscaloosa 35, Aliceville 6. Northridge fell to American Christian 44-36. Austin defeated Gardendale 38-7. Mortimer Jordan beat Coleman 24-20. Pinson Valley fell to Homewood 10-7. Fort Payne 38, Arab 4.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Are you ready for a real education that fits your life? The 24 colleges of the Alabama Community College System offer real degrees in real campus life. Full-time or part-time, there are options for everyone, from adult education and certifications to degree programs and workforce training. Experience real-life education at its best, your version of success in your community on your time. Visit accs.edu and begin your journey at your local community college.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Alabama Power first generated hydro energy in 1914 at Lay Dam, harnessing the power of water to bring electricity to our state. Today, more than a century later, Lay Dam is one of 14 Alabama Power hydro plants that provides Alabamians clean, reliable, affordable energy with zero emissions. And it's one more way we're helping elevate Alabama.
The taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides, because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast catering starting at $15 from Jack's. All about the South.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
It's time for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, recognizing outstanding performances on the gridiron. Brought to you by Main Street Family Care. This week's Offensive Player of the Week is Baker quarterback Osh Flowers, who was 15 of 19 for 241 yards and rushed for 161 yards with 4 total touchdowns in a 33-20 win over Daphne. Our Defensive Player of the Week is Turner Tillman of St. Luke's, who recorded 13 tackles with a sack and 2 tackles for loss as the Wildcats nipped JU Blackshear 12-8. And our Special Teams Player of the Week is Cole Rockall of Scottsboro, 4 of 4 on extra points in the Wildcats' 28-14 victory over Arab. To extend his current streak to 35 in a row, he's 26 for 26 this season. And that's this week's AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, brought to you by Main Street Family Care on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Andy and Luke here with you. About an hour and a half left in tonight's broadcast. Thank you so much for all of you out there being with us tonight. A lot of great high school football. We're going to go back to the Southeastern Land Group hotline and welcome in Mr. Brian Capps with WAAO in Andalusia. He had another good one tonight. 4A, number 8, Bibb County, who was undefeated, was at number 1 Andalusia, 5-0. How did it turn out, Brian?
Hey, guys, man, I tell you what, the game really lived up to what we thought it was going to be, and Bibb County came in and really, you could tell their game plan defensively was to load the box and, pretty much dare Andalusia to run the football, and, they did a really good job with that. First off, the game kind of, started weird. We had our first drive, went 3 and out. We punted the ball, and actually their guy muffed the punt. We recovered it, but we went probably 3 plays and went backwards 2 or 3 yards, and then kicked the field goal, 28-yard field goal by Cobb Stewart. And, then on the ensuing kickoff, we go for an onside kick, recover it, and kind of caught them off guard. And we really didn't do anything with that. The next series, we kind of got our offense going, and Jack Lathrop was able to hit Parker Adams for a 48-yard touchdown pass to make it 10-0. And Bibb County, then, with their best drive of the game, their quarterback is really, really good. And, he came in and ran the ball quite a bit during that drive behind his offensive line. That's Jordan Libbert, number 1 for Bibb County. And he got them down in field goal range. They kicked the field goal, and they had stopped Andalusia in a couple of punts, and really a turning point in the game is for the second week in a row, number 6 for Andalusia, Cal Crittenden, he took a kickoff, the ensuing kickoff from the field goal back 85 yards. And I'm telling you what, guys, he probably ran 120 yards to get that 85 yards, but it was an electric play on this homecoming night for Andalusia. 5-0 Bibb County come in to play homecoming, not your typical homecoming game, but Andalusia took control in the second half and ended up winning 27-10. But overall, it was 2 really good football teams tonight.
And Andalusia's putting together a very nice season. They're doing it right now without Jamarian Burnett, the Auburn commitment, who is a very good player, but they've got 2 sophomore running backs that are doing well.
Yeah, Zerick Jones really, really ran the ball tonight well. He had 19 carries for 107 yards and a touchdown, most of that in the second half. He and Jordan Skanes, who is also another 10th grader, they've been sharing the duties, and Zerick played quite a bit last year as a freshman. When Jamarian would need a breather, he would come in and run. He actually scored a touchdown in the state championship last year. So Andalusia has a lot of talent. It's a new offensive line, and they are really, you can start seeing them starting to gel together and play well together as well.
Brian Capps with WAAO there in Andalusia. Brian, thank you so much for the update. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yeah, Andalusia had been rolling. I think the average margin of victory was about 40. Yeah. So this is a little bit tougher game for them. And as you would expect, Bibb County being undefeated number 8 team there in
Not exactly who you want for homecoming, but they made the most of it.
No, that's true. Time again for Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickles Pickles. We got 5A top 10.
In 5A, number 1 Ramsey, they lose to 7A's Auburn 13-7 in a great matchup. It was number 2 Gulf Shores 37, Murphy 14. Number 3 Central Clay, they beat Alexandria 48-13 tonight, and what that does is give Danny Horn number 346. So he's 4 behind Terry Curtis and UMS Wright, who was off tonight. So the race for most wins in AHSA history is afoot. Number 4 Pleasant Grove, they get a big win over 6A's Parker 22-21. Number 5 Moody 49, Shelby County 6. Number 6 Leeds, they take care of Sylacauga 48-14. Number 7 Viger, they had an open week. Number 8 Charles Henderson, they defeat St. James out of 3A 36-13. Number 9 Gunnersville 38, Buckhorn 7, and number 10 Faith Academy, they lose tonight to 6A St. Paul's 40-7.
Alberta defeated Northview 43-26. LaFleur was beaten by Biloxi, I'm assuming that's Mississippi, 55-22. Williamson over Blount 14-12. Eufaula defeated Pell City 46-32. Greenville was defeated by Wetumpka 31-25. Elmore County got the best of St. Clair County to 14. It was Tallahassee over Chilton County, 6-0 in a throwback game. Carver Birmingham defeated Dallas County 40-7. Winona all over Holt, 54-0. Southside 48. Boaz 45 in a thriller. Douglas 20. West Point 27. Gunnersville 38-7 over Buckhorn, and Sardis defeated AP Brewer 21-14. Come back with us. More to come right after this.
U-Save Auto Rental of Alex City has moved to 1185 Cherokee Road across from the Cherokee Pure. Our new offices are open, and at U-Save, we're putting you back into auto rental with personalized local service and the best rates in town. Whether your vehicle's in the shop or business or vacation travel, U-Save has you covered with a large fleet of cars, SUVs, and vans. When you need a rental, call or visit U-Save on Cherokee Road, where they always have you covered.
Hi, this is Andrew McGreer at Dunning Roofing. At Dunning Roofing, we specialize in high-quality, premium roofs. We don't build roofs that just meet code requirements. We build quality roofs with premium materials that significantly exceed our competitors' warranties. We put money on your roof, not in our pockets. If you're looking for a top-quality roof, call Dunning Roofing today for your free quote at 2.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
In Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
From around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, You have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Andy and Luke here with you. Luke, this is a segment where we go and pick the game of the week, brought to you by Russell Do-It Center. Russell Do-It Center got 9 locations around Central Alabama for all your building supply, home decor, tools, whatever it might be. Go and check out Russell Do-It Center. What's your pick for game of the week?
I mean, I'm going Thompson and Clay Chalkville. I mean, look, there were some great games. Auburn and Ramsey, 13-7 Auburn wins. 2 highly ranked programs, 2 of the best programs in the state. But in the end, when you're Thompson and you're Clay Chalkville and you just got dudes everywhere. Jaquan McCroy, who is a fantastic offensive lineman, caught a 2-point conversion. He's 6'8", about 1,100 pounds. He's just a monster out there. It was like a Sasquatch catching the ball and just running people over. There were big Thompson defenders coming right at him, and he just put an arm out. And like they looked small next to him. It was crazy. Just a fun game, a lot of long touchdowns, and the stars came out. It was just a lot of fun to me.
Humans seem bigger now.
I think humans do seem bigger. I think you're absolutely right.
I will go with, just for the sake of I will go with Clay County. It wasn't a great game, but it was a big win for Danny Horn in particular. Like you said, closing the gap a little bit on Terry Curtis. We have a little bit of a personal connection there. So he coached Benjamin Russell for many years, and he's Clay County right here in this area. So congratulations to him, and a big win for him, and getting it done there. And it's going to be very interesting to see how that finishes up.
Yeah, boy, if they meet in the playoffs, that'll be something, wouldn't it? Or if they were, I don't know if they'd meet in the playoffs, but they would, if they just see if the race in the playoffs, they wouldn't be in the same classification, but they would be just to see who goes further. I mean, it's not just playing for a state championship; you're playing for the most wins in AHSA history.
Yeah, really.
I mean, that's crazy.
Coming up next, Corey LaBounty from WNSP. He had Dothan and Baker there in South Alabama. A little bit later in the program, Scott Bagwell from WGZZ, Auburn and Ramsey. That turned out to be a really fun game. Auburn, in 7A taking on number 1 in 5A, but Ramsey had many opportunities in that game and, kind of frittered them away. Luke, it's time for Scores on the Forward, brought to you by Wickles Pickles. I think we got 4A top 10.
You don't hear frittered away as often as you
I'm
should.
bringing it back.
You don't bring it back. I dig that. That and bell bottoms. Number 1, Andalusia, we just talked about. They defeated number 8, Bibb County, 27-10. Number 2, Cherokee County, all over Munford, 56-10. It was number 3, Montgomery Catholic, shutting out Demopolis, 42-0. Number 4, Jackson, and number 9, Thomasville, out of 3A. Well, we're waiting on a score right there. Number 5, West Morgan had an open week. Number 6, Hanley, 42, and Lynette, 27. Number 7, Jacksonville, 51, Ohatchee, 6. Number 9, Oneonta. They defeat Springville out of 5A, 28-21. And number 10, Corner, 42, Fultondale, 21.
One correction from 5A. We had a score reversed. Chilton County defeated Tallahassee, 26-7, instead of the other way around. Escambia defeated Monroe County, 41-6. It was McGill-Tulin over St. Michael Catholic, 35-31. Alabama Christian over Montgomery Academy, 28-20. Montevallo defeated Jemison, 21-20. It was Sipsey Valley over Oak Grove, 21-14. At least it was in progress last we saw. Talladega falls to Walter Welborn, 40-7. Holtville defeated West Blockton 32-27. Hopes Bluff defeated White Plains 42-14. Curry defeated Vina 61-14. Winfield over Hamilton 50-0. It was Hayden 30, Asheville 20, and Addison defeated Good Hope 22-17. When we come back, Corey LaBounty from WNSP right after these important messages.
Hey everybody, this is Alvin Briggs here. Just like on the field on Friday night, safety is the key behind the wheel. Remember, distracted drivers is one of the main contributors to car crashes. Stay focused, keep your eye on the road, put your phones away, drive smart, drive safe.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Encore Sports Medicine.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care open 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHS AA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Andy and Luke here with you. About an hour and 15 more minutes left in tonight's program. Thank you so much for all of you out there being with us. Going to go to the Southeastern Land Group hotline and welcome in our good friend Corey LaBounty with WNSP. He had Dothan and Baker tonight. What a game. How about what's going on, Corey?
It really was a tremendous 7A top 10 matchup because 7A Region 1 is our Mobile, Baldwin County area down this way. 7A Region 2, of course, is that Dothan area along with Auburn and Central and Phoenix City, and that's a tremendous area in and of itself. But you have this Dothan offense came in averaging 50.6 points per game, guys. Tonight in the first half against Baker, they had a goose egg on the board. They had a donut. Could not believe it. It was a tale of two halves here in Mobile, Alabama, and Clem Richardson Stadium as Dothan comes out of Mobile, Alabama with a 35-14 win over the Baker Hornets. Of course, Dothan has only lost one game this entire season, and that is the Auburn High School. Baker off to its best start in 50 years, 5-0, 3-0 in Region 1 play in 7A, and holding Dothan to no points at halftime was miraculous as Baker is led by Mississippi State quarterback, verbal commit. Josh Flowers has over 1,200 yards passing on the season, almost 600 yards rushing, got it in gear. 7-0, guys, was our halftime score. And then you look at Baker only being able to score 7 points in the second half and Dothan coming in scoring 35. A very impressive Dothan offense that runs that single wing offense that is so hard to prepare for. And they have tremendous athletes at the running back, Marion Peterson and A.J. Alexander, a two-headed monster for head coach Jed Kennedy.
So what was the spark that led Dothan to the big second half?
I want to say it's just the amount of plays. You look at 3 and outs. They only ran 19 plays in the first half, and that's what Dothan ran offensively total 19 offensive plays, and weren't able to score in the red zone area. And tribute that to Baker's great defense, but they must have got one hell of a halftime speech by their head coach, Jed Kennedy, because he talked to our sideline reporter in the Mobile County Public School System Television Network, told Kimberly Dunn, look, we have to come away with scores on our drives. We're going to do that here to open up the second half. That's exactly what they did. They marched down the field, and Dothan's offense, they're not known as a passing offense, but their quarterback, Sam Broadway, was able to catch up with Jaden Barnes on a wonderful wheel route, touchdown, a one-play explosive 80-something-yard drive, and again, the tremendous 1-2 punch of their running backs, Demarion Peterson and A.J. Alexander. Being able to establish the running game was the difference in the second half, Luke.
Yeah, tell me about Bryce Kane for Baker. I know this is a wide receiver committed to Auburn, speedy guy.
Man, he's so fast. They had single coverage on him tonight. He caught a long touchdown run. Bryce Kane come in. He is only 5'10", 140 pounds. Only in his second year of high school football, this young man has verbally committed to play for Hugh Freeze and the Auburn Tigers, has now 10 receiving touchdowns and almost 600 receiving yards on the season for Coach Steve Norman and the Baker Hornets. He caught another touchdown tonight from Joshua Flowers, who's going to Mississippi State. So you had Mississippi State to Auburn tonight. So Bryce Kane, he runs a 4.340. That's the type of speed he has. He's a baseball player by trade. His mama finally decided to let him play football, and now it's paid off with the scholarship to play football for the Auburn Tigers next season.
Baker Falls, as you mentioned, for the first time this year. Do you think they are able to rebound next week?
Absolutely. They go right back into region play Alma Bryant, and I think that should be a win for the Baker Hornets. And if you look at Dothan, they're going and traveling to Central and Phoenix City. Now, 1 year ago, this Dothan Wolves team came down as a 4 seed and defeated 7A Region 1's number 1 seed in the Foley Lions. So that was a 4-1 upset 1 year ago. And, again, you look at the ability for Dothan in that tough 7A Region 2 that they play in, they can finish second or third or even fourth and still do damage in the playoffs. But I could think that you'll see a 7A Region 1 MGM or possibly a Baker-Dothan rematch here as the playoffs get ready to start here in about 5 weeks.
Corey LaBounty with WNSP. Corey, thank you so much.
Always a
Oh, I cut him off just
That's
a little bit
all right.
soon.
It's always a pleasure, is what he was going to say.
It's always a pleasure. We think.
Yeah.
Let's roll with that.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, you know. But,
Corey, I'm sorry, buddy.
Is there anybody else that is better than Corey LaBounty?
I'm
The
gonna tell you
man
something.
is full of energy.
I wish we all had the amount of enthusiasm about life that he does.
Absolutely.
He is the most upbeat dude there is. I mean, we get to work with him on a lot of different things, and he's really upbeat.
Time again for Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickles Pickles. 3A Top 10, Luke.
Okay, 3A Top 10. Number 1, Mars Hill. They get a win over 5A Russellville, 27-24. Number 2, Mobile Christian. They get a big win over 4A Orange Beach, 39-7. It was number 3, St. James, losing to Charles Henderson out of 5A, 36-13. Number 4, Madison Academy. Here they come out of nowhere, 63-7 over Madison County. Number 5, Gordo, big over Pickens County, 52-8. It was number 6, Sylvania, losing to 2A Pisgah, 40-34. I always know I'm going to say that right every time. I've learned my lesson. Number 7, Houston Academy, 49, and Abbeville, nothing. It was number 8, Strawn, losing to 2A Ayrton, 34-21. We don't have a score on Thomasville and Jackson just yet. And then number 10, Geraldine, was open.
Excel defeated J.U. Blacksher 35-12. Ashford defeated Slocum 14-12. It was Rehoboth over Opp 39-20. Headland defeated Pike County 20-0. Greensboro over A.L. Johnson 6-0. Trinity Presbyterian 41, Marbury 14. Weaver got a win over Asbury, 42-0. Phil Campbell defeated Carbon Hill, 52-13. Oakman defeated Winterboro, 34-6. It was J.B. Pennington over Cleveland, 41-0. Clements over DAR, 63-6. Colbert County falls to Dessler, 33-26. Ardmore defeated Elkmont, 41-14, and Lauderdale County defeated Lexington, 41-20.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Since 1908, many talented tradesmen and women have proudly represented the Dixie Electric Plumbing and Air name. We're grateful for their commitment to excellence, always providing our clients with quality work that we're glad to guarantee with 100% satisfaction. No matter the problem, the Dixie Electric team is here for you, serving the Montgomery and Auburn areas. Thank you for choosing a locally owned.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
Game got a couple of big runs from Omar Mapson, and Towns Magoo hit a couple of field goals, and Auburn escapes with a 13-7 win.
We heard one of the field goals was like 59 yards. Is that correct?
59 yards, and it probably would have been good from about 65, 66.
What year is this kid?
He's a senior. He is going to the Under Armour All-American game in January.
Okay, fantastic. Do we know where he's going for the next level?
He has not committed to the next level, but I'm sure he will have his more than a couple of options to go play Power 5 football.
How did Ramsey look, specifically QB Reese, the linebacker?
He was all over the place. Auburn struggled big time in the first half trying to get the run game going. Every time it looked like Auburn was going to have a hole or something, he'd fly in and make a play. Made a couple of open field tackles that were really good. He was really impressive roaming the field tonight.
You mentioned turnovers down in the red zone being really big for Auburn. Were these mistakes by Ramsey or just great plays by Auburn?
So one of them was there was a really good run by the running back, and he gets stuck up, and then Auburn was able to get a hand in there and rip it out at about the 10-yard line, and Auburn pounced on the ball to end that one. And another one, Auburn flushed the quarterback out. I think he was trying to throw it away, and he just didn't get enough on it. And Auburn junior Mike Gunn was able to sky and grab that one and in that one, in that next drive, it happened kind of back-to-back possessions for Auburn where they were able to hang on to a lead.
How do you feel about Auburn playing games like this in the middle of the season? I really tend to love it. I know it doesn't have a lot of bearing on playoff seeding or whatever, but I just think it's a wonderful matchup.
Well, right now, Auburn's kind of in the same boat with Opelika and Central. At times, they're struggling to find games, so they got to play who they can play. Opelika played Thompson and Montgomery, had to go to Theodore to find the game. Auburn played Hoover, and then, had Ramsey because Coach Etheridge kind of has some ties in the Birmingham area, so it worked out. I think for Auburn, it's great. It lets you know where you're at. You know what you need to work on heading into massive region games because Auburn's at Opelika next week, and they got Central in a couple of weeks.
Scott Bagwell from WGZZ covering the Auburn-Ramsey game. Thank you so much, Scott. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Look, Auburn kind of going to rue the day they let that game slip away. Enterprise. They lost 17-16 in that one. So, they could be sitting here undefeated, but there you go.
Yeah, they could be right in the thick. They are really right in the thick.
Oh, yeah, that's sure.
It doesn't matter. They're going to be fine. They're going to 7A is just so competitive. There's just so few teams, and the ones that are at the top are pretty doggone good.
Yeah, I think that's probably an understatement. 6A looks to be full of really good teams as well. That could be a very fun playoff run.
And I'm not just trying to go down the numbers here, but I think 5A is always one of the more fun classifications there is too.
Right. Well, we'll see what happens with that. Coming up a little bit later, Will Barrett from Dixie Country. He had Stanhope Elmore and Prattville. The Prattville Lions able to get a win. They desperately needed 1-3 on the year. We talked about them a little bit earlier. Prattville, one of those teams that, again, kind of ruled the state for a while. They were the Hoover, and then Hoover became Hoover. And now Thompson became Thompson. So, and then a little bit later, John Garcia.
Did you just give us the riddle of the Sphinx?
I told you. I apologize. I'm going off fumes here, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm right there with you, buddy.
Luke, again, it was time for more scores on the fours. It is brought to you each and every week by Wickles Pickles. Wickedly delicious.
Number 1 in 2A, B.B. Comer, no problem with sacks, 42-6. It was number 2, Highland Home, all over number 10, Brantley from 1A, 46-0. That game was played last night. Number 3, Pisgah, 40, Sylvania, 34. Number 4, Fife, that sounds weird to say, doesn't it? Number 4, Fife, they defeat Plainview, 49-14. We're still waiting on the Reeltown Cleburne County score. Number 6, Luverne, all over Calhoun, 42-6. Number 7, Sulligent, 41, and South Lamar, 12. Number 8, St. Luke's, they lose to Leroy, who's the number 1 team in 1A, 42-10. Number 9, Lamar County, 42-6 over Berry. And Vincent, number 10 in 2A, loses to 3A Childersburg, 16-14.
Washington County defeated Fruitdale, 51-0. Geneva over Geneva County, 49-8. GW Long defeated Dale County, 62-25. Florala over Sampson, 20-8. It was Horseshoe Bend over Fayetteville, 47-14. I think that went on homecoming. Cold Springs over Shoals Christian, 44-12. It was Glencoe over Holly Pond, 49-18. And Locust Fork defeated Susan Moore, 52-6. Again, scores on the forwards brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Coming up next, Will Barrett from Dixie Country with the Stanhope Elmore at Prattville game. Be sure to join us right after this.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade in finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Jackson Drugs on Cherokee Road in Alexander City is ready to kick the football season off. Auburn plates, towels, earrings, bracelets, picture frames and cups, Alabama trays, cups, plates, game day t-shirts and bags for both teams. Hey Georgia Bulldog fans, we've got you covered too. Drop in today and check out our gift.
Today's real estate market requires expertise to navigate the buying and selling of property. You need a realtor that looks at you like family and not a dollar sign. If you've been thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, contact the trusted agent, Alan Ray. He can educate you and walk you through the process from start to finish. And Alan Ray is here for support after the sale. His customers have access to him years later. You're more than a number, and you should be treated that way. And you are with Realtor Alan Ray.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
In Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
It means that we've won a football game. I'm sitting here at the high top table with my broadcast crew and just looking back on the 31-20 victory over the Stanhope Elmore Mustangs tonight. It's been a little bit of a down year for Prattville this year, but anytime you win over your rival, it's a good night. So we got a second half of the season coming up, and looking for a turnaround from the first half.
So who stood out for Prattville this evening?
Boys, tonight was the coming out party for a young man named KJ Blue, a wide receiver, kind of do it all, Cam Shanks type back, the type athlete who had 3 touchdown receptions. Gavin Rigdon, quarterback, had 4 touchdown passes. Just a great night for those 2 kids. Good to see them finally coming into their own as the players we all knew they could be.
Yeah, you mentioned Prattville had struggled this year. What was the difference tonight?
Well, our problem has been fundamental tackling. We can get to the point of attack. We've had a hard time finishing the tackle, but that was not a problem tonight. So lock down their primary offensive weapons, and that was the difference. The offense was there. Everything just kind of clicked tonight. So hopefully that's a good omen for the rest of the season.
What's next for Prattville?
We got Enterprise next week. A nasty defensive front over at Enterprise. So it's going to be, and that's here in Prattville. So we got to have that win, and then we got to beat Auburn for a chance to get into the playoffs. But that's a tall order. But that's why you line up and play each week.
What do you think it's going to take for Prattville to get back to the level that they once were many years ago?
It's going to take a higher level of funding. It's like Coach Ross said years ago in 2018 before he left. The difference, the final step this program has to take is an administrative step. Once we take that, we'll be able to climb back up on top of that hill again. And we're close to doing that. It's going to take the whole community coming together to make that happen, but it's a step that has to be made.
Will Barrett with Dixie Country. Thank you, Will. Have fun at Applebee's.
All right, buddy. See ya.
Yeah, it sounds like a party at Applebee's tonight.
Party at Applebee's. Put it on the Barrett tab. I want one of those appetizers, baby.
Yeah, really.
Is that what they have? I don't know. We don't have an app. We got a Ruby Tuesdays.
That's true. I don't care what it is. Just give it to me. If it's,
I want something with penicillin in it now.
But Prattville with a good win over Stanhope Elmore. That one tonight, 31-20, I think was the final in that one. Prattville perhaps getting back into the winning ways. He said they have Enterprise. You would have to think that that's a winnable game next week for Prattville.
Enterprise, pretty good, though. I mean,
they are very good.
And he said they got a nasty defensive front. Whenever you got a good, nasty defensive front, you got a shot.
If you got nasty anything, but hey, look, I think it's been they can't stop anybody's the problem. So Enterprise not the most dynamic offensive team. Maybe that will work in Prattville's
it feels like we've been waiting on Prattville to come back for a decade now, doesn't it? I mean, we've been just itching for them to be back on the main stage in high school football in Alabama because they were the thing for so long. And now it just, it's just weird that they're not really a part of the conversation all too terribly much. So here's hoping they get back. I'm a traditionalist.
Yeah, well, it certainly would be nice to see them. Coming up a little bit later or in the next segment, John Garcia, who is the ace in the hole when it comes to recruiting. He knows it backwards and forwards. He's bounced around. I believe he's with Rivals now.
He is.
Okay. So we'll get with him a little bit later. But first, it's Scores on the Fours, presented by Wickles Pickles. And we got, I believe, 1A Top 10.
1A Top 10 now. Number 1, Leroy, 42. St. Luke's 10. Number 2, Elba. They keep rolling along. They win 57-20 over Providence Christian. There's number 3, Sweetwater with an open week. Number 4, Milry takes care of Clark County. That game was played last night. Number 5, Lochapoka had an off night. Number 6, Coosa Christian. Well, it says they get the forfeit win. That's a little ironic because Coosa Christian today, it was announced they have to forfeit 4 games themselves. So not really sure what the story is there. Number 7, Pickens County, they lose to Gordo out of 3A 52-8. Number 8, Wadley, they go down to Randolph County out of 3A 49-6. Number 9, Lynn 49, Tarrant 14. Number 10, South Lamar loses to 2A Sulligent 41-12.
Georgiana defeated J.F. Shields 54-0. Goshen took down Kingston 41-7. Bullitt County defeated Red Level 46-12. It was Lamar County over Berry 42-6. Fayette County defeated Marion County 55-41. 28. Talladega County Central 33, Summerton Christian 8. Cedar Bluff over Spring Garden 7-6. Victory Christian over Galesville 44-14. It was Hackleburg over Red Bay 28-14. Brilliant over Phillips 40-6. Sheffield over Waterloo 42-0. Scores on the fours brought to you by Wickles Pickles. They are wickedly delicious. Come back and join us, John Garcia from Rivals.com. Up next, right after this.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks who make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Hey Tiger Nation, it's Coach Etheridge here, reminding you to buckle up on your way home after the game tonight, and every time you get in a car. Seatbelts save lives, so buckle up every time, no exceptions. We want to keep the Tiger Nation strong.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to its